and the wanton destruction of civilian infrastructure are fueling suffering and violence, which is reverberating throughout the broader region. The indiscriminate launching of rockets by Hamas and other groups towards population centers in Israel continues. Civilian objects, including infrastructure and UN premises, are also reportedly being used to shield fighters and military objectives, endangering the lives of civilians around them. The lives of the remaining hostages are at grave risk. Many Palestinians in Gaza feel they have nowhere safe left to turn. Over the past months, around 200,000 Palestinians have been affected by evacuation orders. This is merely the latest round of a mass displacement in Gaza, where nearly 2 million people have been forced out of their homes and shelters during the war, most of them multiple times. 85% of the Strip has come under evacuation orders since 7 October. Mr. President, despite facing overwhelming challenges, UN agencies and humanitarian organizations continue to deliver life-saving assistance with remarkable courage through all available crossing points. However, their efforts are jeopardized by unsafe conditions on the ground, which are exacerbated by a complete breakdown of law and order. If these unacceptable conditions are allowed to prevail, humanitarian operations in Gaza will continue to fall short of meeting the massive needs of the population. Mr. President, the scale of destruction is immense and it will take years, if not decades, to recover. The UN is working to repair and improve almost entirely defunct water, sanitation and hygiene systems in Gaza. The 5 wastewater treatment plants have shut down and 5 out of 6 solid waste management facilities are damaged. The Palestinian Ministry of Health just confirmed the first cases of polio in 25 years. 1.6 million doses of polio vaccine have been released for a campaign scheduled to begin on 31st of August. The UN estimates nearly 40 million tons of debris have been generated in this conflict. Clearing the debris from key areas alone is estimated to take at least 5 years. Mr. President, while the eyes of the international community are focused on Gaza, the occupied West Bank is a tinderbox of violence and tension. Israeli security forces continue to carry out large-scale operations in Area A, including targeting Hamas, PIJ and other armed groups in densely populated refugee camps and Palestinian urban centers. These operations often result in lethal exchanges with these groups, in adding to the killing or injuring of bystanders. Fatal attacks by Palestinian militants on Israelis in the West Bank and in Israel continued, including a failed bombing attack claimed by Hamas and PIJ in Tel Aviv on 19 August. The Israeli settler rampage in the Palestinian village of Yit near Nablus that killed 1 Palestinian, critically injured others on 15 August was yet another illustration of the violent consequences of settlement expansions in the occupied West Bank and the persistent lack of accountability for such crimes. Inflammatory rhetoric and provocative acts are further inflaming the situation. In recent days, we have seen Hamas threaten to launch a new campaign of suicide bombings. We have also seen 2 Israeli ministers, alongside hundreds of Israelis, visit the Holy Esplanade on the Jewish holiday of Tish B'Av. Let me be clear. If we are to prevent yet another spiraling escalation, the violence must end. There are no justification for acts of terror, civilians must be protected, and the incitement must stop. Any violation of the status quo at the holy sites must also be firmly rejected. Mr. President, the war in Gaza and the deteriorating situation in the occupied West Bank are continuing in the context of a wider regional tension and the threat of even more serious escalation. Across the blue line and beyond, exchanges between Israel and Hezbollah continue to intensify, particularly following the recent strike at Mashd al-Shams in the Israeli-occupied Golan, while resulted in the killing of 12 children, followed by a subsequent strike in the southern suburbs of Beirut that killed a senior Hezbollah commander. In the wider region, several fatal events exacerbated tension. Aerial attacks towards Israel from various locations across the region that Israel has attributed to Iran-backed forces, including a Houthi drone strike in Tel Aviv, Israeli strike that targeted Hudaydah port infrastructure in response, and the killing of Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of Hamas Politburo in Tehran. Mr. President, with all of these negative trends, and after more than 300 days of war in Gaza, we are at an inflection point in the Middle East. A ceasefire and hostage release deal in Gaza is imperative now for regional peace and security. I have continued to emphasize that message in support of regional de-escalation in discussions with all relevant parties and member states in the region, including Lebanon, Egypt, and Qatar. I commend the mediators, Egypt, Qatar, and US, for their continued relentless efforts in Doha and in Cairo this week. I urge the parties to reach a deal in the coming days. There is simply no time to lose. The UN remain committed and ready to scale up humanitarian assistance during a ceasefire and supporting implementation of a deal. Only a sustained ceasefire can enable a full-scale humanitarian and early recovery response in Gaza. Mr. President, the profound social, economic, and political fallout from the devastation is yet to be seen and comprehended. We must work to put in place, as soon as possible, the political and security framework necessary to more ably address the humanitarian crisis, start early recovery, and eventually rebuild Gaza, as well as changing the negative dynamic at the West Bank. These political and security frameworks, even ones that are considered transitional, cannot be divorced from the context of the ongoing Israeli occupation and unresolved Israeli-Palestinian conflict. There are no shortcuts and no quick fixes. Security and governance are intrinsically linked and must be addressed in tandem to achieve a lasting peace in Gaza and address the West Bank situation. It is imperative that we establish a comprehensive political framework that is accepted by Palestinian population and addresses the legitimate aspirations and grievances while also addressing Israel's legitimate security concern. The UN will strongly support this work. This framework must facilitate a Palestinian government that can effectively govern both Gaza and the occupied West Bank and ensure stability and security across the occupied Palestinian territory. The Palestinian Authority must be at the center of governance in the occupied Palestinian territory. There is simply no credible alternative. However, to achieve this and to promote a more durable and credible model of governance to ensure stability and security for Palestinians in Israel, Palestinians and Israelis, steps must be taken by all parties and by the international community to strengthen and support the PA. Violence in the occupied West Bank needs to be significantly reduced, including violence taking place in the context of scaled-up Israeli security operations. Palestinian security forces need to be supported and empowered to carry out their responsibility fully. The Israeli measures that weaken the PA need to be urgently addressed, including IDF operations in Area A, settlement expansion, settler violence, and extreme financial pressure. The international community must work together to address the PA's persistent financial crisis, strengthen its capacity, and enable its return to Gaza. Recent commitments from the World Bank and the European Union offer the promise of relief, but will not resolve the precarity of the PA's financial situation. We must work together to strengthen the ability of the PA to meet the needs of their people. Most importantly, for any of these efforts to be credible and durable, a political horizon must be re-established. Security fixes alone will not lead to a more stable future for anyone in the region. But let us not be naive about what is required. It will take concerted effort from committed leaders from the region and the international community. It may also require us to rethink how we get there. The steps I've outlined above, which are informed by the principles I outlined to you in May, are a start. Mr. President, finally, ultimately the only path of these vicious circles of despair is a political horizon that will end the occupation and achieve a two-state solution. Israel and an independent, democratic, continuous, viable and sovereign Palestinian state, living side by side in peace and security with secure and recognized borders on the basis of the pre-67 lines with Jerusalem as the capital of both. The United Nations will continue to support all efforts towards this goal. I thank you.
I thank Mr. Windsland for his briefing. I now give the floor to Dr. Louisa Baxter.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the Security Council, I'm speaking to you today from Gaza, where I'm a doctor working with Save the Children's Emergency Health Unit. For 320 days, children in Gaza have endured relentless bombardment, displacement, siege, and death. In that time, their needs have risen exponentially, as have restrictions on our ability to meet them. According to the Ministry of Health in Gaza, more than 1% of the total child population, 14,000 children, have been killed, and this is likely to be a gross underestimate. Outside this room, Mr. President, I am surrounded by overwhelming destruction. More than 1.9 million people have been displaced and are moving through streets filled with rubble, rubbish, and wastewater. The bodies of at least 10,000 people, many of them children, remain lost under the rubble. Just yesterday, a so-called evacuation order was issued for Deir Bella, where I'm sitting now. Overnight, thousands of people have been displaced and are looking for shelter and safety. Clinics, humanitarian warehouses, and supply hubs, all inaccessible. Our medical teams have seen over 13,000 people in our clinics. The children we're seeing are showing signs of profound trauma. Common childhood illnesses have been made worse by malnutrition, lack of water, and the absence of medications. Supplies of antibiotics, pain relief, and even fridges for vaccines have been blocked by the government of Israel. We are seeing the willful and repeated obstruction of humanitarian assistance in Gaza. My team has been waiting for life-saving medications for 4 months. They are held at the crossing route gates by a myriad of rules and restrictions, many of them unwritten and arbitrary. In locations where we operate, families have been forced to relocate up to 10 times due to ongoing violence or so-called evacuation orders. With each displacement, the risk of separation from families, risks from injuries, illness, and death multiply. Let me be clear today, Mr. President, nowhere in Gaza is safe. Our protection teams are working with children released from the Israeli military detention system. These children report sexual violence, including rape. They report being denied food, beaten and attacked by dogs. They report seeing their parents stripped and beaten in front of them. These children are struggling to cope with the profound trauma and mental and physical harm that this has caused. There are Israeli hostages remaining in Gaza, and disturbingly little is known about their whereabouts or treatment. Excellencies, there is now a confirmed polio outbreak in Gaza. The first confirmed case, a 10-month-old baby in Deir Bella, is an individual tragedy, and at the same time, a sign of a larger looming catastrophe. Polio is a highly infectious virus and can infect anyone at any age. However, those most at risk are children under 5. For every 200 children who become infected, one will suffer irreversible paralysis. Polio is easily prevented by a safe and effective vaccine. At least 50,000 children born in Gaza since October 23 are unlikely to have had any of their childhood vaccinations. Older children, their brothers and sisters, have had their regular childhood vaccination schedules severely disrupted. Polio mostly spreads by water, particularly wastewater, which is now everywhere in Gaza. the government of Israel has destroyed the water and sanitation infrastructure whilst effectively shutting off clean water from entering the Strip. It is this drop in population immunity, combined with dire public health and environmental conditions, that has allowed polio to re-emerge. This decimated health system is wholly unprepared to face this new polio crisis, with over 750 health staff killed since October 23 and less than a quarter of hospitals remaining functional. Unless preventative action is taken immediately, this polio outbreak will not only be a disaster for children in Gaza, but may substantially set back global eradication efforts. Mr. President, polio anywhere is a threat to children everywhere. And as we speak, polio is spreading in Gaza, and it will not wait at the inspection gates of Kerem Shalom or the customs desks at Ben Gurion Airport. Let us be clear. We should not need negotiations or special permissions to bring in life-saving medical supplies for civilians. Humanitarians and medical teams like my own should not spend almost a year pleading for the rules of war to be upheld by parties to the conflict. Urgent action to protect children in Gaza should not only come when the harm they face poses risks beyond their borders. There is a legal, a normative, and a moral obligation on all parties of the conflict to facilitate humanitarian and medical access to the full extent needed by the population. And it is the responsibility of every member state, including the 15 of this council, to assure these rights are met. Excellencies, to effectively respond to the polio outbreak, 2 sustained cessations of hostilities, no less than 1 week for each phase, must commence immediately. This time frame assumes that all attacks on humanitarian and medical personnel end now and end permanently. Aid groups must be able to move across Gaza without obstruction. Parents must be able to bring children to vaccination points in safety. Any cessation of hostilities must consist of full consecutive days with conditions publicly stated and shared with all communities. Compliance must be monitored with robust accountability from this council. We must use this opportunity, not just for vaccines, but to provide Gaza with humanitarian assistance at scale. Ultimately, the only way to comprehensively address the vast multitude of needs in Gaza is through an immediate and sustainable ceasefire. If the parties to conflict cannot agree and implement a ceasefire, then it falls to this council and its member states to demand and enforce one, including by adopting measures to halt the transfer of weapons to the government of Israel and Palestinian armed groups. Regardless of the status of a ceasefire, full, unhindered humanitarian access into and within the Gaza Strip is essential for all humanitarian supplies and personnel like myself. Mr. President, we have collectively failed the children of Gaza for 320 days. I ask this Council and its member states in their national capacities to take immediate and decisive action. Excellencies, we leave this in your hands.
I thank Dr. Baxter for a briefing. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make a statement. I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Coordinator Winsland and Dr. Baxter for your briefings. Colleagues, Secretary Blinken just concluded his 9th visit to the region since Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th and unleashed a war that has caused so much suffering and devastation. The Secretary reaffirmed the United States' ironclad support for Israel's security, but he also aimed to advance discussions on a comprehensive ceasefire and hostage release deal that now is in sight, and to emphasize that no one in the region should take any action that would undermine ongoing negotiations. While the Secretary was in Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu confirmed that Israel accepts the bridging proposal that the United States, Qatar, and Egypt put forward last week. The proposal is consistent with the principles outlined by President Biden in May 2024, and that this Council endorsed in Resolution 2735. And this builds on areas of agreement from talks convened in Doha last week and bridges the remaining gaps in a manner that allows for swift implementation of the deal. We appreciate this Council's support for the efforts the United States, Qatar, and Egypt have made to help get this deal done. We now have a path forward to save lives, bring relief to the people of Gaza, get the hostages back home, and de-escalate regional tensions. Again, Israel has accepted the bridging proposal. Now Hamas must do the same. As members of this Council, we must speak with one voice, and we must use our leverage to press Hamas to accept the bridging proposal, which includes massive and immediate benefits for the Palestinians in Gaza and incorporates a number of Hamas's earlier demands. Colleagues, this is a decisive moment. It's a decisive moment for ceasefire talks and for the region. And so every member of this Council should continue to send strong messages to other actors in the region to avoid actions that would move us away from finalizing this deal. At the same time, the United Nations and humanitarian agencies need to accelerate planning so that they can surge assistance into Gaza in the event of a ceasefire, while we all continue to press for increased humanitarian assistance now. We continue to work with the Israeli authorities to speed up clearances and remove restrictions so that Palestinian civilians can get much-needed food, medicine, shelter, clean water, and other essentials, including vaccines, as we just heard from Dr. Baxter. A disease like polio must be prevented from making a comeback in Gaza, and we urge Israel to continue working with humanitarian agencies to provide polio vaccinations for Palestinian civilians, particularly children in Gaza. This effort is urgent, and having a ceasefire deal will greatly facilitate the implementation of this crucial vaccination campaign. Colleagues, even as we press for a ceasefire and hostage releases in Gaza, we must also continue to speak out about the situation in the West Bank. I want to be clear. Actions in the West Bank that could escalate tensions at this fragile moment must stop. As the White House has made clear, attacks by violent settlers against Palestinian civilians in the West Bank are unacceptable and must stop. Israeli authorities must take measures to protect these communities from harm, including by intervening to stop such violence and by holding all perpetrators to account. It is also critical that Israel release all owed Palestinian Authority tax revenues on time. These funds are needed to pay PA salaries, provide essential services, ensure peace, security, and stability in the West Bank, all of which are key to Israel's security interests. Additionally, we remain concerned about Israel's West Bank settlement announcements and the legalization of outposts. The government of Israel's resettlement program is inconsistent with international law, and these unilateral actions are detrimental to the prospects of a two-state solution, which we have repeatedly said offers the only durable and secure path forward for Israelis and Palestinians. The suicide bombing in Tel Aviv on August 18th, which Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad claimed, was a stark reminder of Israel's very real security concerns. The United States unequivocally condemns this attack, as it does all acts of terrorism, and calls on the Security Council to do the same. Colleagues, this week I spoke with two individuals whose family members were murdered in cold blood by Hamas on October 7th. Irish Weinstein Hage, who lost both of her parents, and Judy and Gotti on that horrific day. and Ruby Chin, whose son Ite, a 19-year-old Israeli-American who was killed by Hamas. It is beyond heartbreaking and infuriating that the remains of Iris's and Ruby's loved ones are still being held by Hamas, as they have held the body of Hadara Golden since 2014, denying his family closure. Today, we again call on Hamas to release the remains of Judy, Gadi, Ite, Hartar, and all those still in Gaza immediately. And here's what's truly remarkable to me. Iris and Ruby have turned their immense pain into purpose by organizing and speaking out and lobbying for an agreement on a ceasefire and the release of hostages. During our call, Ruby invoked some of Martin Luther King's most powerful words. He reminded me of a quote, and I'll quote it here: "The fierce urgency of now." To me, that perfectly sums up the moment we find ourselves in and the task before us, as we also just heard from Special Coordinator Winsland. It is urgent. It is urgent that we secure a ceasefire and a hostage deal now. Not soon, but now, because families like Iris's and Ruby's desperately need closure, because the well-being of all hostages is in jeopardy, because Palestinians in Gaza are living under hellish conditions and are caught in the crosshairs of war, because there's very real danger of regional escalation. And so let us do everything in our power to get this ceasefire and hostage release deal over the finish line now. Let us be confronted with the fierce urgency of now. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I also want to thank the briefers. I want to thank Special Coordinator Wennesland, and I want to thank Dr. Baxter from the Save the Children, especially for her very chilling briefing. And I think that we are not humans if such briefings don't touch us. Mr. President, an ancient saying confirms that the first victim of the war is the truth. But the biggest victim of the war in Gaza will surely be children. The children of Gaza have gone through indescribable suffering, being deprived of adequate nutrition. They face a cycle of endless violence and repetitive displacement, without access to hospital care and psychological support. Over 20,000 children in Gaza are missing, lost, disappeared, detained, or buried. They have been orphaned, maimed, and killed at an unprecedented rate. Today, childhood in Gaza is a synonym for trauma. As a parent myself, I cannot imagine the suffering of parents not being able to provide their children a safe and carefree childhood, and not being able to shelter them from this trauma. In light of this immense suffering, Slovenia supports the Secretary General's appeal for a polio pause. As underlined by WHO, UNICEF, and UNRWA, a humanitarian pause is crucial. It's crucial to allow for 2 rounds of vaccination campaigns to take place. These days of tranquility would enable children and families to reach health facilities and UN entities to carry out outreach. Successful campaigns will also require sufficient fuel, functional telecommunication networks, and cash. The requests of the health community are clear, and we therefore repeat our call for a humanitarian pause. This should also be the moment to flood Gaza with humanitarian aid and to carry out much-needed repairs to the health, water, and sanitation systems. The lack of safe drinking water is one of the biggest dangers caused by the destruction of critical infrastructure. Lack of clean water for adequate personal hygiene contributes to the risk of disease and infection, especially among women and children. It is a reality we knew was coming. Mr. President, a sobering milestone was reached last week, 40,000 fatalities of the war in Gaza. In recent days, we witnessed one of the biggest evacuation orders to date, further shrinking so-called humanitarian zones for civilians. And we heard today from both briefers there is no safe place in Gaza. While the humanitarian community continues to face a severely challenging environment, including the breakdown of law and order, we see an increase in denied humanitarian assistance missions and a decline in the volume of aid picked up. We are talking about another cycle of civilian suffering. To stop it, a lasting ceasefire must be reached. And we once again express our full support to the negotiators, Egypt, Qatar, and the United States, to finalize the deal during the Cairo round of negotiations in the coming days, or as my colleague, US colleague said, to finish it now, but definitely within the next few days. Slovenia, as a Security Council member, stands ready to support the process with meaningful action in the Council. Mr. President, not many reasons for optimism were outlined in Mr. Venezuela's briefing. Negative trends cannot be prevented with further violence. We strongly condemn the latest suicide attack carried out by Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad in Tel Aviv. Negative trends will not be stopped by further settlements. We call on Israel to reverse their settlement policy, including the plans for the first new West Bank settlement since 2017. Slovenia calls on Israel to comply with its duties and obligations under international law, as set out by the International Court of Justice in its provisional measures and in its advisory opinion, as well as in the relevant Security Council resolutions. We strongly condemn settler violence. Negative trends will not cease with inflammatory rhetoric and provocations, including the latest visit to Al-Aqsa Mosque. We condemn this violation of the holy site's status quo. And lastly, negative trends cannot be addressed without steps towards the two-state solution. They must be done on the ground, including through addressing the liquidity crisis in Palestine and strong support to the Palestinian Authority. They must also be done in this Council, with future-oriented discussions and decisive actions without delay. Mr. President, the region is on the brink, including along the Blue Line, in the Red Sea, and elsewhere in the region. We call for maximum restraint by all actors, refraining from further attacks and threatening rhetorics. Dr. Baxter concluded her statement with, "We are in your hands." And indeed, the whole international community is watching us, is watching the Council. At least we, Slovenia, feel this pressure, and we feel the duty and responsibility to do something, to act within the authority of this Council. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of France.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank Tor Venezueland for his statement and Ms. Louisa Baxter for her extraordinary testimony. We support the mediation efforts by the United States, Egypt, and Qatar. These negotiations have to be finalized as soon as possible, and we call on the parties to make the compromises necessary to make sure that the war in Gaza stops, that humanitarian assistance is delivered at scale, and that the hostages can finally get back to their families. These are the messages that were delivered by the Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs, Stéphane Séjourné, and his UK counterpart during their joint visit to Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory last week.
An immediate and permanent ceasefire in the Gaza Strip is indispensable, urgent, to put an end to the suffering of the civilian population and allow for an upscale delivery and unimpeded delivery of humanitarian assistance. We echo the concerns of the Secretary General when he spoke about the health situation and in particular the reemergence of polio in Gaza. We call on Israel to undertake all the measures necessary to allow for the vaccination of the population. In the context of extremely high tensions, we condemn any acts of provocation in Jerusalem as well as in West Bank. The Israeli authorities have the responsibility to uphold the historic status quo in the holy sites in Jerusalem. We underscore here the special role played in by Jordan here. We ask Israel to undertake all of the necessary measures regarding the unacceptable attacks by the settlers against the civilian population in the West Bank. We renew our condemnation of the settlement policy. It runs counter to international law and is a major obstacle to peace. We reiterate our attachment to the security of Israel and condemn in the strongest possible words the barbaric attacks and the acts of violence on the 7th of October by Hamas and other terrorist groups. The rocket attacks against Israel are also unacceptable and must stop. The current situation recalls, if there were any need for that, the urgency of implementing the two-state solution is the only solution that can guarantee the stability and security of everyone in the region. We oppose any long-term occupation by Israel of the Gaza Strip. Mr. President, given the growing tensions in the Middle East, the Council has to do everything it can to make sure that there is no regional conflagration, and we continue our efforts in this regard together with our international regional partners. During his recent visit to Lebanon, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Stéphane Séjourné, called for de-escalation and the end of clashes along the Blue Line. France reiterates its support to UNIFIL, whose action is indispensable, and calls for the Council to support the draft resolution to renew their mandate for 12 months. Mr. President, we can avoid a regional conflagration. Otherwise, it would have devastating consequences for the region. Iran and its allies must refrain from any would worsen the regional tensions and undermine the possibility of getting to a ceasefire and the release of hostages. I thank you.
I thank the representative of France for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I also wish to thank Coordinator Wennesland and Dr. Baxter for the information they provided. First and foremost, I wish to address the health situation in Gaza and the grave risk posed by the resurgence of polio, bearing in mind that illnesses which result from a lack of basic services, water and sanitation also claim many lives on a daily basis, particularly those of children. Any epidemic of a preventable disease is unacceptable. Consequently, Ecuador supports the United Nations initiative to organize a mass vaccination campaign to protect children in Gaza. It is urgent and of capital importance that parties provide safety guarantees without delay or excuses. Mr. President, as the Secretary General quite rightly stated, disease does not wait, and the only lasting vaccine against polio in this context is peace and an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. In this regard, I reiterate my country's support for the efforts which remain ongoing to reach an agreement which would allow an immediate ceasefire as well as the release of hostages and an improvement to the humanitarian situation in Gaza, including the vaccination campaign. The negotiations held last week in Doha and those that are to be conducted in the coming days in Cairo must culminate with a lasting agreement in line with Resolution 2735. For this to be achieved, it is vital, I repeat, vital, that we see political will and good faith on the part of the parties. It is unacceptable for obstacles and excuses to continue to appear. Stopping the war and halting the escalation of tensions in the region must be the priorities. The countries that have influence to bring to bear on each of the parties must make every possible effort to make an agreement possible, as the mediators have been doing. Meanwhile, in the West Bank, we continue to see violent attacks by settlers against Palestinian civilians. What happened last Thursday in the village of Jit is
Responsables.
those responsible must be brought to justice. Ecuador condemns all violence against civilians and recalls that civilians must be protected at all times. The norms and principles of international humanitarian law are to be complied with always and without exception. Moreover, terrorist activities continue to occur, such as the explosion of a suicide bomb in Tel Aviv this Sunday, which was claimed by Hamas and the Islamic Jihad. Ecuador condemns these acts just as we do the attacks of the 7th of October 2023 and the taking of hostages, which was the immediate cause of the current war. Violence only creates more violence, and it has in no way contributed to settling this dispute. This must now be patently clear to everyone in this and in all conflicts. Mr. President, I conclude this address by expressing the hope that I will soon receive the news that the parties have reached an agreement which allows a ceasefire and the release of hostages. I am convinced that the civilian population in Gaza, in Israel, and in the region in its entirety share that very same hope. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Ecuador for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. And I thank Special Coordinator Wennesland and Dr. Baxter of Save the Children for their briefings and for the tireless work of their teams. Gaza has become the deadliest place in the world to be a child. Women and children continue to bear the brunt of this brutal conflict that since October 7 has killed over 40,000 people. Children account for nearly a third of identified casualties. We call on Israel to take all possible steps to avoid civilian casualties. Over 100 innocent hostages remain captured by Hamas in Gaza. Time is running out for them as they remain in captivity, subject to unimaginable horror. We call again for their immediate and unconditional release. President, we've heard today that Gaza is on the brink of a devastating polio outbreak, another deadly threat to a people already facing a multitude of deadly threats, ongoing bombardment, risk of famine, and dire sanitary conditions. Meanwhile, regional tensions remain high. Any attack by Iran would have devastating consequences. Urgent action is needed on 3 fronts. First, we need an immediate ceasefire. All sides need to focus on the negotiations led by the US, Egypt, and Qatar. These talks offer a vital opportunity to secure an immediate ceasefire that ends the conflict, gets the hostages out, allows urgent access to aid, and de-escalates regional tensions. We also urge Iran, Lebanese Hezbollah, and other Iranian-aligned militia groups to stand down the ongoing threats of military escalation against Israel. All parties need to exercise restraint, as my Prime Minister has made clear in recent weeks. Second, Gaza stands on the precipice of a polio outbreak, with over 640,000 children under the age of 10 in need of vaccinations. We call on the parties to continue cooperating with the World Health Organization, UNICEF, and partners to facilitate vaccine rollouts. Israel needs to allow safe and unhindered aid access into and across Gaza, and to put in place an effective deconfliction mechanism to ensure aid and vaccines can be delivered and administered safely. Israel's ramping up of new evacuation orders is causing chaos in Gaza. The humanitarian zone, now just covering 11% of Gaza, is chronically overcrowded, with people desperately seeking shelter. It is not safe, and it is still receiving fire. British NGO UK Med reports that just last night, their residential compound in the humanitarian zone was damaged by Israeli shelling. Humanitarian actors are being forced to evacuate their offices and abandon warehouses full of aid. If this does not stop, a polio vaccine rollout may become impossible. All parties must comply with their obligations under international humanitarian law. Third, President, settler violence in the West Bank is inexcusable. The violence in the Palestinian village of Jit last week was abhorrent. We call on Israel to take action against these extremists. The UK has sanctioned 8 individuals and 2 entities related to settler violence. We condemn the continued expansion of settlements in the West Bank. It is a clear violation of international law. Finally, President, my Foreign Secretary and French Foreign Minister Séjourné visited Israel and the OPTs last week. They conveyed 3 key messages: that the current ceasefire talks were the only way to avert a full regional crisis, that the humanitarian situation was catastrophic and we needed to see immediate improvements, and that there had to be accountability for the appalling settler violence in the West Bank. I hope that we can all unite around these 3 messages today. Thank you.
I thank the representative of United Kingdom for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Mozambique.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Mr. Thor Wennesland, UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, and Dr. Baxter, Operation Lead from the Save the Children's Emergency Health Unit in Gaza, for sharing insights into the challenging situation in Palestine. Mr. President, the war in the occupied Palestinian territories has reached a critical point with catastrophic humanitarian consequences. Many civilians have perished and many innocent lives are at risk because of raging famine and illnesses. We call for an immediate end to the cycle of violence and full respect for the international law. In fact, our efforts to prevent regional escalation need to be stepped up. The protection of innocent civilians must be our priority. Therefore, an urgent, sustainable ceasefire is necessary to protect civilians, allow the hostage to return, and enable humanitarian aid delivery. Mr. President, as we celebrated World Humanitarian Day just a few days ago, the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs highlighted a grim reality. 2023 was the deadliest year on the record for humanitarian workers. For our reflection today, the majority of the casualties occurred in the first 3 months of 2023 during the hostilities in Gaza, primarily due to airstrikes. Every day we have reports about the tragedy that is plaguing Gaza, and they are deeply terrifying. The relentless and horrifying Israel settlers' violence forcing out Palestinians from the occupied West Bank, coupled with the ongoing bombardment in the war-ravaged Gaza Strip, underscores the urgency of our meaningful intervention. The violent appropriation of land and destruction of property for settlements violate the international law and breach other rules of international humanitarian law. Mr. President, the international peace and security are built based on a fruitful, constructive, and meaningful dialogue, as well as trust. Therefore, the parties to the conflict in Gaza should demonstrate their interest and willingness to change the course of events in Palestine through their actions. NGOs and the World Health Organization have warned us on the risk of a polio outbreak in Gaza, where the health situation is already chaotic. Amidst these gloomy circumstances, we echo the call for an urgent and immediate humanitarian and health assistance in Gaza. while the conditions for negotiations between the parties are underway. Mr. President, within the scope of its functions and powers, with the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, this Council approved concrete measures to the conflict in the Gaza Strip by adopting the resolutions 2712, 2720, 272080, and 2730. It is our collective responsibility to ensure their full implementation. The parties to the conflict must comply with the resolutions and act in strict compliance with the Charter of the United Nations. We reiterate our full support for dialogue and negotiation efforts, mindful of the fact that the goal remains peace and prosperity for Gaza, the region, and beyond. We also reiterate our firm support for a just and comprehensive resolution between Israelis and Palestinians, with the State of Israel and the democratic sovereign state of Palestine, both as full members of the United Nations, living side by side in peace and security, and mutual recognition as full members of the United Nations. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Mozambique for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of China.
President, I thank Special Coordinator Wenisland and Ms. Baxter for their briefings. Gaza has been subjected to more than 10 months of blockade, siege, bombing, and attacks that have killed more than 40,000 people and displaced 1.9 million. 80% of homes in the Gaza Strip have been destroyed, and 85% of the area is under emergency evacuation orders imposed by the Israeli military. In the West Bank, nearly 600 Palestinians have been killed since last October. Such a tragedy cannot go on any longer. The international community issued clarion calls for a ceasefire and an end to the fighting, and the General Assembly, the Security Council, and the International Court of Justice have all made clear demands. But what we have seen is that Israel has turned a deaf ear to them and has not shown any sign of a ceasefire. More than 2 months after the adoption of the Security Council Resolution 2735, the Israeli military operations in Gaza continue, causing new casualties every day. At the same time, the repeated provocative and adventurous actions by the Israeli side have intensified the risk of conflict spillovers. The Middle East is hanging by a thread. It must be noted that the blind faith in achieving a total victory in Gaza will only result in more innocent civilian casualties and will not create the conditions for the release of hostages, nor will it bring peace or tranquility to Israel and the region. Ceasefire negotiations and a political solution are the fundamental way out. It must be noted that humanitarian issues cannot be politicized, hunger cannot be weaponized, and civilian lives cannot be trivialized as bargaining chips. Israel must fulfill its obligations under international humanitarian law by opening all border crossings, guaranteeing rapid and safe access for humanitarian supplies at scale, ceasing restrictions and attacks on the United Nations and the humanitarian agencies, and providing support and cooperation for the polio vaccination program in Gaza. It is important to note that sustainable security can only be achieved by upholding the concept of common security. Regional peace must be built with the responsible participation of all parties. Achieving an independent Palestinian state and the implementation of the two-state solution is the only viable way forward for political settlement of the Palestinian-Israeli question. China urges Israel to immediately cease all military operations in Gaza, to immediately stop its actions that stoke escalation of the situation in the region, and to end immediately placing obstacles to a ceasefire in Gaza. We urge countries with significant influence to demonstrate a sincere, impartial, and responsible attitude in pushing Israel to cease its military operations in Gaza as soon as possible and stop the killing of civilians. China supports the Security Council in taking further necessary actions to promote the implementation of the relevant resolutions and achieve a ceasefire in Gaza. China stands ready to work with the international community to make unremitting efforts to end the war in Gaza at an early date, alleviate the humanitarian catastrophe, implement a two-state solution, and achieve lasting peace and stability in the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of China for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank Coordinator Wennesland and Dr. Baxter for the important updates provided. Mr. President, I am almost certain that many around this table are burdened by the fact that the Council remains so impotent in the face of such colossal suffering by the Palestinian people over these last 10 months and indeed these past 7 decades. Although we have adopted 4 resolutions since 7th October, none has had the desired impact because we have not taken any decisions to enforce them, even as the mass atrocities being carried out by the Israeli government multiply. Consequently, more than 40,000 lives have been lost, and this number climbs every day. Simultaneously, a wider regional conflagration seems imminent, and the situation for Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, is deteriorating owing to a mix of settler violence and Israeli policies and actions that enable the violence. Last Thursday's attack on the Palestinian town of Jit in the West Bank was so unprecedented that it elicited rare condemnation from the Israeli government. One Israeli minister did say, however, that such incidents happen because Israeli soldiers are not allowed to, and I quote, shoot terrorists who throw stones, end of quote. The minister's assertion is illustrative of the heavy-handedness of Israel when it comes to Palestinians. Every form of resistance owing to the occupation and oppression is met with a brutality that would make some of history's most cruel oppressors blush. Guyana condemns the actions of Israeli citizens in Jit and calls on the Israeli government to ensure that its investigations lead to justice for every Palestinian affected by the incident. This leads me to contemplate, Mr. President, the illogical philosophy that has driven Israel's behavior towards Palestine over the last 7 decades. Israel has established that security guarantees are one of its highest priorities. Yet, it uses its military might to make enemies in the region, thereby undermining its own security. This has now led to heightened mistrust and tensions in the region, with civilians losing the most. This cycle must be halted because peace in the Middle East is not elusive. Guyana calls on all concerned to lay down their weapons and seek the path of peace. Mr. President, the exasperation of the Palestinian people is palpable, having suffered indignity after indignity over the last 10 months. They have reportedly been used as human shields as Israel scopes out buildings in search of Hamas operatives. Part of the reasoning reportedly offered, too many dogs had died from the dog units that searched for explosives. Is Palestinian life worth nothing? The lives of both Palestinians and Israelis are sacred,
and none is superior to the other. None is more worthy of protection than the other. It is ironic that the very thing that Israel wants for itself and its people, it denies the Palestinians: peace and security. Peace and security for Palestine is rooted in their freedom from the occupying power and the achievement of their independence. The International Court of Justice has already determined that the Israeli occupation of Palestine is unlawful and puts the two-state solution at risk. Successive resolutions of the General Assembly have affirmed the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. What is missing, Mr. President, is Israel's compliance with its legal obligations. This Council must seriously consider effective measures to secure compliance. Mr. President, Guyana calls for an end to the ongoing hostilities as one of the first and most important steps towards addressing the myriad challenges that have developed in Gaza since 7th October. Dr. Baxter and Mr. Wennesland have reminded us about the polio cases that have been confirmed in Gaza, a disease that was eradicated from the Strip 25 years ago. We call on Israel to allow the WHO to administer the 1.6 million vaccines ready to be deployed. Skin diseases and hepatitis are also a growing challenge amidst a woefully inadequate healthcare system. Combined with food insecurity, constant displacement, and general destruction across the Strip, the situation is one of utter desperation and devastation. In this context, the UN, as well as other humanitarian agencies, must be allowed to do their work on behalf of civilians in Gaza. The attacks on UN premises and staff must cease, and unimpeded access must be granted to the Strip. Guyana calls on the Israeli authorities to fulfill their obligations in accordance with international law, including international humanitarian law. Mr. President, Guyana continues to stress the urgency of reaching an agreement for a ceasefire, the release of hostages, and a surge in humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian civilians. These are the immediate steps needed to address the most pressing needs, and we look forward to a deal being reached in the coming days. In the long term, however, questions of governance, reconstruction, contiguity of Gaza and the occupied West Bank, learning loss, and trauma are all to be grappled with, taking full account of the will of the Palestinian people. The biggest question, however, is that of justice. The Palestinians must be redressed, not only for the things they were made to endure in this war, but also over the last 7 decades, beginning with their expulsion from most of their homeland in 1948. I conclude, Mr. President, by referencing the words of my Caribbean brother, Robert Nesta Marley, better known as Bob Marley, who said that, and I quote, "Until the philosophy that holds one race superior and another inferior is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned, everywhere is war," end of quote. This Council must make it consequential for any member state to promulgate such a dangerous philosophy. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Guyana for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President. And I also thank Special Coordinator Wennesland and Dr. Baxter for their briefings. It has been over 10 months since the dreadful terror attack against Israel on 7th October, and in the wake of countless civilians killed in Gaza, the open wound that is this conflict only continues to fester. These hostilities must stop. An immediate and permanent ceasefire must be agreed as soon as possible. It is critical in the face of man-made famine conditions and the threat of polio virus and other diseases. We fully support the Secretary General's call for a polio pause to tackle this crisis. We stress, however, that the United Nations cannot work to save lives through vaccines, only to have them destroyed again by bombs and bullets. We support ongoing efforts by the United States, Egypt, and Qatar towards a framework agreement consistent with the Council Resolution 2735. Malta strongly urges both parties to agree to the terms and implement the ceasefire to ensure the hostages are released and the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is addressed. This is imperative as the devastating humanitarian situation in Gaza deteriorates daily. When speaking of the living nightmare that Gazan civilians experience day after day, it is truly disturbing that all major threats to the human condition can be used as descriptors: famine, disease, displacement, lawlessness, impunity, psychological trauma, and hopelessness. Women and children are among the most exposed to danger in this conflict. The deliberate denial of healthcare and dissemination of infrastructure severely impacts pregnant women and newborn babies. Over 16,000 children have been killed so far. We cannot even begin to comprehend the long-term effects this conflict will have on surviving parents, children, and the future generations of Gaza. Strict adherence to international humanitarian law is urgently needed. This has been severely lacking, despite it being an obligation of the conflict parties. Member states also have the responsibility to strive to prevent and stop violations of international humanitarian law. Malta urges the unhindered provision of humanitarian assistance across Gaza, including through the opening of all crossings, including border crossings. We also call for effective protection and proper operational facilitation for United Nations and humanitarian personnel to ensure they can safely access the population. This also includes support to UNRWA, which is a necessary actor for any humanitarian response in Gaza. We have consistently asked this at every meeting for the past 10 months. The full, immediate, and effective implementation of all relevant Council resolutions and the orders of the International Court of Justice remain an imperative. Moreover, we are deeply concerned that the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, has also become plagued by numerous human rights violations. The latest of these include the appalling alleged sexual torture of Palestinian detainees in Israeli administrative detention facilities. Thousands of Palestinians, including women and children, are being arbitrarily detained in these facilities. They must be released. We stress that independent international investigations into these circumstances needs to urgently take place. President, in its advisory opinion delivered on 19 July 2024, the ICJ concluded that Israel's continued presence in the occupied Palestinian territory is unlawful. It further concluded that Israel has an obligation to bring this occupation to an end, cease all new settlement activities, and evacuate all existing settlers. As such, Israel's recently announced plans for a new illegal settlement in the occupied West Bank is unacceptable. Such decisions contravene international law and must be retracted. We also condemn last week's violent settler rampage in the Palestinian village of Jit, which resulted in the killing of one man, as well as inflammatory visits which violate the historic status quo of Jerusalem's holy sites. The West Bank is already on the precipice, and these actions only breed further instability. We also condemn the most recent terrorist attack in Tel Aviv. Malta urges all regional parties to prioritize diplomacy, reduce tensions, and avoid any actions that could escalate the situation further, jeopardizing any possibility of a ceasefire agreement. In this context, and in fear of an imminent regional escalation, we continue to reiterate our appeal for swift easing in tensions. To conclude, it is through this path that we can hope to return to a political horizon, which is the only way to make credible progress towards the comprehensive realization of the internationally agreed two-state solution, addressing the legitimate aspirations of both sides. Malta remains steadfastly committed to this end. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also thank Special Coordinator Winsland and Dr. Baxter for their informative and sobering briefings. More than 10 months into the conflict, which was triggered by Hamas' attack on Israel in October last year, every passing day brings more and more destruction, casualties, suffering, and trauma, despite the international efforts. The hostages and their loved ones have been living in an unendurable state of fear and uncertainty that increases day by day. The hostages must be freed and returned to their family. Japan is appalled by the relentless hostilities in Gaza, leading to an unimaginable toll of civilian deaths and injuries, most of them women and children. We remain gravely concerned about the catastrophic humanitarian situation. Palestinians face endless evacuation orders by the Israel Defense Forces, on top of suffering from hunger and lack of access to water, medicine, and shelter. Gaza's children have lost 1 year of education. Humanitarian aid workers must be protected in accordance with the international humanitarian law. The repeated attacks against them that we have seen are totally unacceptable. The spread of disease, in particular the risk of polio, is deeply alarming. Japan welcomes the announcement of the WHO and UNICEF of their plan to launch 2 rounds of polio vaccinations starting at the end of this month. We expect Israel to ensure a safe and effective delivery of the necessary doses and encourage collaborative efforts by COGAT in this regard. Mr. President, tensions are boiling beyond Gaza. Japan reiterates its deep concern and regret over the continued illegal settlement expansion by Israel in the West Bank, as well as the intensifying settler violence. In this vein, Japan has recently introduced sanctions against the violent settlers. Their conduct undermines the viability of a two-state solution and cannot be condoned. We also express grave concern over the dangerous escalation caused by Hezbollah, the Houthi, and other military groups. All sides must step back from the brink, avoid bellicose rhetoric, and de-escalate the situation. Japan is actively engaging regional stakeholders such as Iran and Lebanon through various channels, including direct outreach by our Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, to avoid any further deterioration. Mr. President, a ceasefire in Gaza is essential to bring an end to this nightmare and restore much-needed peace and stability in the Middle East. The latest round of negotiations is critical, and we highly appreciate the tireless diplomatic efforts led by the US, Egypt, and Qatar. Now is the time to achieve a long-awaited ceasefire, bring hostages back, and expand aid delivery across Gaza at scale. We therefore urgently appeal to the parties, especially Hamas, to show the will to finally conclude the deal in accordance with the Security Council Resolution 2735. The violence must stop immediately. Mr. President, even at the time of devastation, we must not lose sight of the future. Japan reiterates its unwavering commitment to the vision of the two-state solution where Israel and Palestine live side by side in peace with secure and recognized borders consistent with international law and relevant UN resolutions. In this regard, we stress the importance of unifying the Gaza Strip with the West Bank under the Palestinian Authority, and we will spare no effort to revitalize the PA toward that end. Only in this way can this decades-long tragic dispute finally be resolved. I thank you.
The representative of Japan for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, I wish to thank Special Coordinator Tor Wennesland and Dr. Louisa Baxter of Save the Children for their briefings. In view of the humanitarian disaster caused by the conflict in the Middle East, including the ever-worsening situation in the Gaza Strip, Switzerland has consistently called for the implementation of the resolutions adopted by this Council since October 7th, 2023. It is imperative that a ceasefire agreement be reached as soon as possible. To this end, we welcome the mediation efforts of Qatar, Egypt, and the United States, and we call on the parties to engage in these negotiations in good faith. Regardless of the outcome of these negotiations, Switzerland recalls that the obligations of international law must be respected by all parties. The protection of civilians must be guaranteed, hostages released, and humanitarian access authorized and facilitated immediately and unconditionally. Since the adoption of Resolution 2712 last November, this Council has called on the parties to comply strictly with their obligations under international law, and to refrain from depriving the civilian population of essential services and humanitarian assistance essential to their survival. Such deprivation has a disproportionate effect on children. According to UNICEF, almost a third of civilians in Gaza are under the age of 10. 640,000 of them are the most acutely vulnerable in the event of a polio outbreak, and that is against a backdrop in which the health system is already devastated. Mr. President, the UN and its partners have for months been advocating for safe, rapid, and unimpeded humanitarian access and are ready to act to prevent and contain polio. Switzerland supports the urgent implementation of the UN's two-phase vaccination plan, and we are ready to contribute to that effort financially. We commend the speed and efficiency with which the resources necessary for the implementation of this plan have been mobilized. We reiterate that humanitarian and medical personnel must be protected in order to enable them to do their job and to save lives. The Council reiterates its commitments in this regard in its press elements adopted on Monday. Moreover, hostages and all persons detained by the parties linked to the conflict must be treated humanely in all circumstances, and they must receive ICRC visits and the medical assistance they require. Switzerland is gravely concerned by the recent OHCHR report on the hostages in Gaza and the Palestinian detainees, including children. That report points to possible serious human rights violations and abuses, as well as possible war crimes committed by all parties. Mr. President, in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, inflammatory rhetoric, provocations, unilateral measures, and acts of violence against civilians are fueling tensions. Despite the unanimous appeals of this Council, attacks, threats, and intimidation by Israeli settlers against the Palestinian population, as recently seen in the village of Jit, continue with almost total impunity. Switzerland condemns these attacks. Israel has the obligation to protect Palestinian civilians, to prevent violence against them, including by settlers, and to ensure that the perpetrators are brought to justice. Actions such as the latest visit by Israel's Minister of National Security to the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount continue to contribute to rising tensions, and this is also on a regional scale. The historic status quo over the holy places in Jerusalem and Jordan's custodial role in this respect must be strictly respected. It is important that the Council remain united in its call for de-escalation. To this end, a ceasefire in Gaza could make a major contribution, including along the Blue Line. We must also support any effort able to achieve a two-state solution, with Israel and Palestine, of which Gaza is an integral part, living side by side in peace within safe and recognized borders. May a ceasefire agreement in Gaza without delay pave the way towards such a solution. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Switzerland for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also join in thanking Special Coordinator Wennesland and Dr. Baxter for their briefings. For more than 10 months, we have witnessed heartbreaking stories of Palestinian civilians and Israeli hostages. To put an end to these ongoing tragedies, an immediate ceasefire is urgently needed. Any further extension of this conflict will lead to more killings of innocent civilians. Another irrefutable reason for a ceasefire is the ongoing humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, including shortages of food, water, and fuel, the destruction of the health system, and Israel's repeated evacuation orders. With a never-ending threat to the safety of aid workers, alongside the complete destruction of law and order, it is clear that without an immediate ceasefire, it will be impossible to dramatically ease the humanitarian suffering in Gaza. We are particularly concerned by a possible outbreak of a widespread polio pandemic, as Dr. Baxter briefed the situation on the ground with a sense of urgency. Parties to the conflict should heed the voices of humanitarian actors, including UNICEF and the WHO, calling for a ceasefire, or at the very least, a humanitarian pause to carry out a full-scale vaccination campaign. The current medical capacity in Gaza cannot sustain an epidemic. And we must recall that viruses do not respect borders. Polio in Gaza is a regional threat. Ever more dangerous regional tension is another impetus for an immediate ceasefire. Exacerbating violence in the West Bank, daily strikes by Hezbollah and the IDF across and far beyond the Blue Line, and ongoing attacks by the Houthis in the Red Sea. All of these exemplify the urgent need, again, for de-escalation in the region. We understand that the horrendous terrorist attacks by Hamas on October 7th, which should be condemned by all council members, was a traumatic experience for all Israeli citizens. Of course, Israel has a right to protect its citizens and its security under international law. But this does not negate Israel's obligation under international humanitarian law to protect civilians. So-called precise attacks, those that still kill numerous innocent civilians, are simply not enough to fulfill Israel's legal obligations. We must keep in mind that without a durable resolution based on the two-state solution, Israel's long-term security cannot be guaranteed. An immediate ceasefire must be the first step toward this aspiration. Everyone, including Israeli decision makers and the Hamas leaders, need to prioritize the enormous suffering of Israeli hostages and Palestinian civilians and regional peace. It is time for a deal that has been delayed for too long. We appreciate in this regard the ongoing efforts by the US, Egypt, and Qatar for mediation. Based on a durable ceasefire, Israel and Palestine, represented by reformed and strengthened Palestinian Authority, should work together to chart a new path towards coexistence, security, and dignity for all. Any acts that hinder the realization of the two-state solution should be firmly rejected. It is deeply troublesome that settlement expansion, violence, and impunity in the West Bank have worsened, particularly since October 7th. We condemn violence by Israeli settlers, including last Thursday's deadly rampage in the village of Jit. We appeal to Israel to respect the human rights of Palestinians and implement measures to prevent crimes committed by settlers. Inflammatory rhetoric and acts by far-right ministers, including visits to holy sites, must be rejected. Any terrorism, such as last Sunday's explosion in Tel Aviv, claimed by Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, must also be resolutely condemned and rejected. All regional actors must focus on the only question: how to de-escalate the grave situation in the Middle East. Cycles of vengeance will help no one. Rather, this only lead to more death, suffering, and agony for innocent civilians. Regional stakeholders, in particular neighboring countries, should play responsible roles rather than pledging revenge, as any counterattack will only perpetuate further violence. Both sides across the blue line must also exert maximum restraint. Any acts in violation of Resolution 1701, including the provision of military assistance to non-state actors in Lebanon, as well as airspace violations, should not be committed. Other non-state actors in the region, including the Houthis, must also halt all unjustifiable acts that further undermine regional stability. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this meeting. I want to extend my appreciation to Mr. Thor Wensland and especially to Dr. Louisa Baxter from Save the Children for their critical insight. To Dr. Baxter, I want to say that we admire your dedication and courage. Your work shows the real face of humanity, that humanity that should guide all of us and guide our debate and action. As highlighted by the briefer, the situation in Gaza is dire, with no progress nearly 11 months after the Israeli occupying power launched their brutal operation of punishment against defenseless Palestinian civilians. We are still counting the death. Over 40,000. And we are still counting the injured, over 90,000. And these figures may rise rapidly, not only due to the deteriorating situation in the region, but also to the imminent risk of diseases outbreaks, with a collapsed health system in Gaza due to the Israeli forces' deliberate targeting of hospitals and medical personnel. In this context, the spread of polio is a looming threat. Today, 20 out of 36 hospitals in Gaza are out of service, making an effective response to this threat almost impossible. Despite these challenges, the international humanitarian community stands ready to help with the full-fledged vaccination campaign. However, we cannot envision any vaccination campaign under continuous Israeli bombardment. We are all aware that the so-called deconfliction mechanism is simply a fiction in Gaza. We need a real cessation of hostilities to ensure the success of this campaign. And we echo WHO and UNICEF calls for a humanitarian pause to allow for a thorough campaign of vaccination. Mr. President, today, the barbaric Israeli occupation continues in total impunity. It continues its policy of killing Palestinians and making Gaza a nightmare, making Gaza an unlivable place for Palestinians. And the situation is catastrophic, and it worsens on a daily basis, and there is no sign of hope. For months, we have been told that we are close to securing a deal, putting an end to the massacre of the Palestinian civilian. Unfortunately, nothing happened. And while we continue our support to the effort of the mediators, Qatar, Egypt, and the United States, to reach a deal, but rapidly. Unfortunately, the reality is clear for everyone. The Israeli occupying power continue to ignore international calls, including Security Council resolution decision, including ICG order. And while the Middle East is facing the risk of a broader conflict, we firmly believe that a permanent ceasefire in Gaza is the only path to avoiding further escalation in the region. Algeria demands the immediate and effective implementation of Security Council resolutions, including Resolution 2735. This resolution is clear. It guarantees a permanent end of hostilities. It guarantees a full withdrawal of Israeli occupying forces from Gaza. And it guarantees the liberation and the return of all prisoners to their homes. This resolution must be implemented now. Mr. President, the occupying Israeli authorities are determined to crush any hope for an independent Palestinian state with Al-Quds Sharif as its capital. They deny the establishment of Palestinian state. They annex Palestinian lands. They expand settlement. And frequently, they storm Al-Aqsa Mosque. They unleash settlers terrorists in the West Bank, while they loot and kill Palestinians in total impunity. I want to warn that the risk of Gaza's tragedy may duplicate in the West Bank. The international community cannot remain silent. And to conclude, Mr. President, it's time to end the carnage in Gaza. It's time to close this dark chapter in the history of the Middle East. Dark chapter also of the history of the international community and of the Security Council. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Algeria for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. President. We would like to thank the Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process, Mr. Tur Venesland. We thank him for the comprehensive overview of the situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, including the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. We are also grateful to Dr. Louisa Baxter for an emotional and a sobering description of the situation in the Strip. It is painful, but we have to acknowledge that the Security Council, as the main UN body tasked with maintaining international peace and security, for more than 10 months now has basically remained a passive observer of the continued bloodbath in Gaza, which took more than 40,000 innocent civilian lives. As was stated by the UN Secretary General Guterres, the level of killings and destruction in the course of the Israeli operations is the highest one compared to any other conflict anywhere in the world during his mandate. And what is happening in Gaza is, and I quote, utter lawlessness. We are deeply disappointed by the fact that the Council has not been able to demand an unequivocal ceasefire and ensure that there is compliance with this demand by all parties to the conflict. 2.5 months ago, Security Council members adopted Resolution 2735, drafted by Washington. And at the time, our American colleagues told us that the fate of the deal between Hamas and Israel on ceasefire and hostages release hinged upon that resolution. And the time has now come to take stock of how the document impacted the situation on the ground. And we can answer the question unequivocally. It didn't impact the situation on the ground at all. Israel and their agreement with the so-called President Biden plan providing for an immediate ceasefire, their agreement is something that our American colleagues at the time told us about. But Israel is continuing its brutal operation, only pausing when they need to. Over 2.5 months, almost 3,000 Palestinians fell victim to it. And of course, the full withdrawal of the Israeli army from Gaza and efforts to restore the destroyed infrastructure is not something that anyone is even considering. At the same time, Israel is essentially blocking the humanitarian workers' work, creating all kinds of obstacles to them. And similarly, other resolutions passed by the Council, humanitarian resolutions that we have passed since the current escalation of the conflict, remain words on paper. We continue thinking it's unacceptable that members of the Security Council in June signed off on obviously false statement in the American resolution where it said that Israel supposedly had already agreed to the proposed deal. Even the official statements by Israel at the very same meeting clearly show that the leadership of West Jerusalem had no intention of stopping their military operation in Gaza. The delegation of the Russian Federation at the time abstained on voting on the American draft, and we do not regret that abstention one bit. It is noteworthy that, having forgotten what they stated in June, our American colleagues are trying to sell us yet another new quantity, having modified the parameters of the original deal in a way that is suited for Israel. And today, the representative of the United States in this room, not even having tried to explain what these modifications are, is once again calling upon members of the Security Council to exert pressure on Hamas. According to the information we have, Israel is now insisting on keeping the IDF military presence in Gaza, including their control over the crossing with Egypt and the Philadelphia corridor. We do note that such a changes to the parameters of the deal is also something that some countries in the region vehemently object to. And I would like to put a question to our American colleagues. On whose behalf are you acting now when you're trying to push through that deal, which is principally different from the original one? The Security Council never blessed the deal formulated in this way. And why, when you call upon all of us to exert pressure exclusively on Hamas leadership to make sure that the movement accepts the new Israeli whim, you consistently refuse to work with Western Jerusalem, which critically depends on you for weapons supplies? Is this something that well-intentioned and impartial mediators do? Time has shown that all the doubts that we had about the true reason behind that American product were confirmed. And yet another resolution by the Security Council, which was pushed through by Washington, became not just a diplomatic cover for Israel to continue with their systematic cleanser of Gaza, but it also became a spoiler. Because of this, the Security Council no longer undertakes efforts to have a document which would be in line with the strict and unequivocal demands to parties to cease fire. Moreover, because of the provocative acts by Israel over the past 2 months, the Middle East region has come even closer to the brink of a global conflict, and the Security Council, through the United States' efforts, is not doing anything to stop the bloodbath that Israel is continuing in Gaza. A week ago, members of the Security Council were discussing the tragedy in the Tabein school. There, as a result of an Israeli strike, more than 100 people died and dozens were wounded. As we warned at the time, this incident was not an unfortunate episode. It was rather a manifestation of a conscious policy by the Israeli leadership. On the 20th of August, the Israeli Air Force attacked a school in the Mustafa Hafez region in Gaza City. At least 12 people died as a result. The Prime Minister Netanyahu, in reaction to the joint appeals by the international community to stop the killing of peaceful Palestinians, states that he will not stop until Hamas is fully destroyed. And if it weren't for his American allies, he would not display such a disregard for the position of the overwhelming opinion of the UN member states. Separate point I would like to make, and it's a point that is unacceptable to have the provocative acts by the leadership of Israel at the OPT, and I refer specifically to the 13th of August visit by the Minister of National Security Ben Gvir to the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. The Israeli authorities should undertake effective measures to stop this fallacious practice, which is a blatant violation of the status quo of the old city holy sites. Colleagues, how much longer are we going to remain idle when American would-be negotiators continue putting on a show and feed us empty promises of speedy results of their diplomatic efforts on the ground? The reality is that Washington, for 10 months now, has basically kept the entire council hostage, threatening their veto and not allowing us to pass a strict and unequivocal decisions neither on the Palestinian issue, nor on the ceasefire in Gaza, nor on the moving of the Middle East peace process forward. And this is all the more lamentable because it is the maniacal desire of the United States to monopolize the Middle East peace process and to reformat it according to Israeli patterns that led to the dramatic consequences that we're witnessing today. I don't think I need to say to you that this situation undermines the authority of the Security Council. The Security Council since October has not been able to pass any effective decisions which are needed not only for the just settlement of the Palestinian issue in line with our very own resolutions, but also to prevent the regional war in the Middle East. And if Resolution 2735 is not being implemented, well, let's pass a new document which would send an unequivocal signal to the spoilers that what they are doing will not be allowed to happen with impunity, and provide such a resolution with a toolbox which could help end violence regardless of the whims displayed by any of the sides to the conflict. It's of critical importance also to make sure that Washington stops finally their multi-billion military assistance to Israel, which is being used to destroy peaceful Palestinians. How many more victims are needed for the Security Council to finally act in line with its mandate instead of blindly following the U.S. and Israeli lead? 40,000 Palestinians, most of them women and children. Is that not enough for us to pass the decisions that are needed? And we are formulating it this way to make sure that all of our colleagues feel their historic responsibility on our shoulders, and we are ready to work with all of those who share this position of ours. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as representative of Sierra Leone. I thank Special Coordinator Tom Wennesland for his briefing, and I also thank Dr. Louisa Baxter for the valuable and deeply concerning information provided. The conflict in the Gaza Strip has gone on for too long for the Palestinian civilians, the hostages, and the Israeli civilians, causing immense human suffering and devastation. It is also a deeply worrying state for civilians in Lebanon, the occupied Golan Heights, and wider Middle East region. Amidst the sustained escalation of violence and the dire humanitarian crisis since the adoption of Security Council Resolution 2735, there is a collective desperation for meaningful progress to be made towards the cessation of hostilities and to reinvigorate the process to achieve lasting peace. There is no luxury of time to save current and future generations for the long-term consequences of the Gaza conflict, including physical and mental. This Council, the UN system, and the international community have acted on the objectives of achieving a ceasefire, securing the release of hostages, prisoners, facilitating safe and unhindered humanitarian assistance to civilians in the Gaza Strip. During this month of August, we have observed the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions and World Humanitarian Day, respectively. We reflect on the death toll of over 40,000 civilians, 289 humanitarian aid workers, 92,743 injured persons in the Gaza Strip since the 7th October 2023. This adds to the 1,200 killed during the 7th October attacks. We continue to insist that we cannot normalize the unjustifiable and unacceptable toll and scale of the conflict. It is incumbent upon us to put a human face to those killed, with the report of entire Palestinian families killed by Israeli strikes in Gaza. This brings to light the blatant disregard for international humanitarian law. We therefore recall the statement of the International Committee of the Red Cross, noting that, and I quote, "The 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions, the cornerstone of the international humanitarian law, reminds us of the world's agreement that wars must have limits, and that regardless of the circumstances, respect for human dignity and compassion must always guide our actions." End of quote. On this note, Sierra Leone pays tribute to all humanitarian personnel, including UNRWA and all other partners working under the most challenging circumstances to provide aid to the vulnerable population in the Gaza Strip. And certainly we pay tribute to Dr. Baxter and her colleagues. We recognize their tireless efforts in preserving human dignity and saving lives. Colleagues, with the worsening humanitarian situation and a collapsed health system, the fear of the spread of the polio virus is a stark reality with the confirmation of the first active case of poliomyelitis in the Gaza Strip by the Ministry of Health of Palestine. The situation is alarming, and the words of the UN Secretary General, and I quote, "Hundreds of thousands of children in the Gaza Strip are at risk, and the UN is poised to launch vital polio vaccine campaign for them, for the more than 640,000 children under the age of 10, end of quote. Sierra Leone supports the polio vaccine campaign by the UN. To mitigate the evident risk, we echo the call of the UN Secretary General and other humanitarian partners for parties to the conflict to facilitate humanitarian access that will ensure an effective vaccination campaign for the vulnerable children in the Gaza Strip and beyond. Colleagues, Sierra Leone is gravely concerned about the surge in violence in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, triggered by settlement expansion, land dispute, provocation, incitement, extensive infrastructural damage, search and arrest operations, and detention of Palestinians. We condemn the violent act, the incitement of such act, and the blatant impunity. We also condemn all attacks directed against civilians, including the attack in Tel Aviv. For 10 months, our assessment of the conflict on civilians, in particular women and children, underscores the urgent need for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. We've heard from Special Coordinator Tom Wannesland, ceasefire now. Our call for a ceasefire is embedded in the fundamental principles of humanity, and it is a call to end impunity and violence, protect civilians, support humanitarian workers and assistants, and uphold human rights. Since this Council's last meeting on the region on 13th August 2024 to date, there have been reports of deadly incidents in residential buildings around Gaza, Gaza City, Al-Mawasi, and West Khan Yunis, amongst others, that have claimed about 134 lives, with 342 injuries. These lives could have been saved if only parties to the conflict were attentive to our initial and persistent calls. We acknowledge the efforts of the mediators, Egypt, Qatar, and the United States, and welcome the resumption of negotiations in Doha last week. We encourage the mediators to employ all possible tools to ensure the talks lead to an agreement speedily. We emphasize the obligations on the parties to implement Security Council resolutions, including 2735. We further urge for steps to be taken to ensure Palestinian rights to self-determination is fully respected and implemented. The advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice of 19th July 2024 is clear on the unlawful nature of the occupation by Israel. Accordingly, the political horizon of a two-state solution with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security remains the only legally acceptable outcome. So let me close by reiterating our call for full respect for international law, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law, as well as accountability for the reported atrocities committed both in Israel and Gaza. I thank you. I resume my functions as President of the Council. I now give the floor to the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine.
Mr. President, allow me at the outset to thank the briefers and in particular Dr. Louisa Baxter for her poignant testimony, and I want, through her, to pay a tribute to all humanitarians working in impossible conditions, notably Palestinian humanitarian workers. Instead of being offered the protection they are entitled to as they carry out their life-saving work, they are being targeted to prevent them from helping the Palestinian civilian population. This genocide has not spared them, and yet they remain true to their sacred mission and deserve our gratitude and support, and we salute them. Mr. President, Gaza had been polio-free for the last 25 years. Now, it is under the imminent threat of the spread of this terrible disease that can cause paralysis and death. Gaza does not need more paralysis and death. First by bombs and bullets, now combined with occupation-sponsored famine and disease. Gaza has witnessed life destroyed. It needs life to be restored, and it needs it right now. We fully support the proposal of the Secretary General for an urgent vaccination campaign to stop the spread of this disease. Any obstruction of this effort will serve as further proof of Israelis' genocidal intent and actions against our people. The Secretary General said the end of this month, along with humanitarian organizations in the medical field, to begin this campaign. Are we going to be supporting him in implementing the vaccination campaign and the ceasefire that he is calling for? 2 periods, each for 7 days, to allow for the inoculation of 640,000 plus Palestinian children under the age of 10, to save them from pluming genocide? Or are we going just to praise him for what he is doing and remain sitting on our seats? Are we going to march with him and with the teams, medical teams, in order to implement this call to save the lives of more than 640,000 children in Gaza? The minimum, while you are still debating and the mediators still trying to reach an agreement on the ceasefire, are we going to allow this specific, limited call for inoculation to take place? Are we going to be marching with the SG and the teams to do that a reality? I know there is not a single person with an ounce of humanity in him or her that would stand against such a call. Are we going to let one country to have the veto on everything, including whether to inoculate 640,000 Palestinian children, to have the inoculation, the 2 doses, in sequence, maybe 1 week or 2 weeks apart, to take place, or to be stopped by those who are still continuing and waging the genocide against our people? I told you last time I spoke, when are you going to act? This is even smaller task. Are you going to act to implement that smaller humanitarian task to save the lives of children? Or are you going to fail the test again? We also share the Secretary General's assessment that the, and I quote, ultimate vaccine for polio is peace and an immediate humanitarian ceasefire, end of quotation. The international community and this council have long ago demanded a ceasefire, and yet the horrors continue. Mr. President, the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip have witnessed and felt in their flesh the planned collapse of all the requirements of life in Gaza, the collapse of the health system under Israel's assault, the collapse of the education system through the destruction of schools and universities, the collapse of any remaining sense of security by the destruction of virtually all homes and the bombardments of shelters and tents and every so-called safe zone, the collapse of the social structures by displacements and death, and Israel still has not had enough. Still, it carries on, threatening and inflicting more death and devastation. This Israeli government does not care about even its own citizens, killing hostages and bragging about retrieving their corpses when it could have secured their release alive. But clearly, it cares more about killing Palestinians than it cares about saving Israelis. So those who want to place the fate of our people in the hands of this Israeli government, hoping it will ever act in good faith, are gravely mistaken. This is tragically proven every day. There must be a ceasefire now, in line with the terms of Resolution 2735, and with no further conditions and bad faith demands that go against the spirit and the letter of the resolution and that clearly aim at derailing the efforts for a ceasefire. For more than 2.5 months, who stopped you from implementing Resolution 2735, which starts with a ceasefire, which guarantees the release of the hostages and the prisoners, which calls for humanitarian assistance to scale to the needs of our people, and using the words of President Biden, minimum of 600 truckloads of humanitarian assistance to enter the Gaza Strip on a daily basis. Who is stopping you from implementing this resolution? Who is stopping you from acting and saying, on date so and so, at hour so and so, a ceasefire will take place, and we will see who will allow it to happen and those who will not allow it to happen, and therefore to make them to pay the consequences of their rejection of the will of the Security Council through its resolution. Are you ready to say next Monday at 12 noon, Jerusalem time, a ceasefire will take place? Are you willing to act? Are you willing to do something on the basis of what you approved? Or you want to continue giving excuses for the Israeli occupying authorities to continue killing the Palestinian people? When are you going to act? You have the tools to act. You have the resolutions to act. Please act. Deal or no deal, there is no excuse for the Israelis' continued killing of innocent Palestinian civilians, of kids, of babies. There is no excuse for the abandonment felt by Palestinian mothers and fathers, by Palestinian children, by Palestinian youth, by each and every Palestinian in Gaza who has survived so far this epic nightmare, who have been fighting every day for the survival of their loved ones, who have not had a chance to mourn or heal or rest or bury their loved ones. There is no excuse for permitting the continued assaults by Israeli occupying forces and settler militias on Palestinian civilians in the West Bank, as many of you have indicated, including East Jerusalem, for the targeting of children executed by Israeli snipers terrorized by settlers. As we sit here speaking, week after week, month after month, they are struggling to survive the occupation's open attempts at their ethnic cleansing and annihilation, still trying to preserve the last remaining shreds of life in the hope that the world will show up, that humanity will prevail, and that the international community to act. They have no reason to hope, but they are refusing to surrender to death or to their occupiers and killers. They do not only deserve your respect and admiration. They are entitled to your support and protection. How much longer are we going to fail them? How many more horrors will our children have to suffer? How long will this occupation and all its horrors continue? Are we going to continue dealing with the Palestinian people and the Palestinian children on a different scale than others? Or are we going to use the same stick of measurement of humanitarian principles that should apply to all, including the Palestinian people? When confronted with a genocide, the responsibility of the world is to stop it. When there is genocide, it is your duty to stop it and stop it immediately and unconditionally. This is a war of atrocities, and the only way to stop it, to stop these atrocities, is to stop this war and to stop it immediately and now. It cannot be justified in any way. It cannot be justified in any way. It must be stopped, and it must be stopped now. Mr. President, we often say justice is blind, and that expression is universally understood as meaning justice does not discriminate. It is fair to all and equal for all, regardless of race, nationality, ethnicity, religion. But there are those who want justice to be blind to our people's pain and suffering, to be blind when the crimes are committed by Israelis. We will not accept that, nor should you. Palestinian victims are not less entitled to justice. The Palestinian people is not less entitled to freedom. And Israel does not have a right to genocide, a right to commit atrocities against them. I warn against any actions or statements that continue to equivocate or appease Israel as it commits such horrific crimes against us. Or even worse, that enable the commission of such crimes. Mr. President, while we are awaiting for your action, we are initiating actions from our side. President Abbas has declared his intention and the intention of the Palestinian leadership to head to Gaza. He has called for leaders from around the globe to join him and to support this initiative. I have communicated the position of the leadership to the Secretary General about this initiative, and to you, Mr. President, which I assume that you shared it with the colleagues, the members of the Security Council. Allow me to call on the Security Council to take part in a visit to the Gaza Strip to see firsthand the horrors our people are enduring, to support and to push to secure the ability of President Abbas to reach the Gaza Strip, to work with urgency to stop the genocide and stop the crimes being perpetrated against our people. If you are not going to decide a ceasefire, let us all together go to the Gaza Strip and try to impose the ceasefire by our presidents. As leaders of the globe, led by our president, by the Secretary General, by the President of the Security Council, by all those who have spines to come and say, we are coming to demand a ceasefire and to demand it now in the Gaza Strip, and to show empathy, support, and solidarity with those who have been suffering immensely for more than 10.5 months. And also, we are going to initiate another action to put an end to this illegal occupation as soon as possible by legislating next month in the General Assembly the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice to an actionable resolution demanding within a time frame the end of this illegal occupation and all the other issues contained in that historic advisory opinion. And I expect almost all of you to be with us in trying really to put an end to this illegal occupation and to pave the way for implementing your global consensus on the two-state solution by ending this occupation and making the two-state reality a fact on the ground, not only as it is insinuated in the resolution and the advisory opinion of the ICJ, but also by the many resolutions that we have adopted in the Security Council and the General Assembly over years. We are sick and tired of waiting. The time for waiting is over. The time for action is now. The time for the implementation of the two-state solution will begin with a significant step in the month of September next month, and we invite all of you to be with us. Mr. President, Gaza has been at several points in our long journey to freedom the beating heart of Palestine. Jerusalem is the crown on top of our heads. Gaza is the beating heart of Palestine. It is today the bleeding heart of Palestine. Stop the bleeding. You are the Security Council. You are entrusted with the maintenance of international peace and security. Stop the bleeding in Gaza. Impose an immediate ceasefire. Stop the suffering. Protect our children and all our civilians, as international law and our collective humanity demand. End this genocide. End it now. Impose a ceasefire immediately now. And I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm quite familiar with the prestigious halls and corridors of this building. This is my second term as Israel's ambassador to the UN. During my first term, I worked towards promoting the integration of Israel into the international community. I experienced the significance of meaningful international cooperation, being elected Vice President of the General Assembly and Chairman of the Sixth Committee. At the same time, I was also exposed to the deep flaws which have infiltrated this organization, its double standards, obsession with Israel, and even blatant acts of anti-Semitism, which are not uncommon. However, I have returned to a different UN, different faces, different attitudes, a different environment, and truthfully, I'm representing a different Israel. An Israel forced to fight a war on 7 fronts against those who wish us dead, all connected to their masters, the Ayatollahs of Iran. Distinguished members, as I stand here today, my people are under attack. 10 months ago, a terrorist army invaded southern Israel. They murdered over 1,000 of our citizens and committed the most heinous atrocities. torture, rape, beheading, hundreds of beautiful young Israelis celebrating life at a music festival, murdered. Hundreds of innocent human beings sleeping in their homes with their families, murdered. Hundreds more were taken hostage into captivity, more brutal than anything we can imagine. To this day, over 100,000 Israelis remain displaced in their own country, unable to return home due to constant rocket attacks from both Hamas and Hezbollah. Tamar Simantov was an artist, a mother, and a community leader. She was running to be mayor of the Eshkol region in the southern part of Israel. Her husband, Johnny, was an operations manager, loved by his family and their kibbutz near Oz. Together, they built a small, beautiful family. They had 3 children, Shachar, Arbel, and Omer. At 6:30 on October 7th, Tamar sent a message to all her friends at the kibbutz WhatsApp group, checking if everyone was safe after rocket sirens echoed through the kibbutz. This is part of the routine for the people who live on the southern border. Just 3 hours later, a final message came on WhatsApp. She had been wounded, and then silence. The last words from Johnny, her husband, to his sister were, "They're here, they're burning us, we are suffocating." In their final moments, Tamar and Johnny held onto each other, trying to shield their children from the evil which had invaded their homes. Wounded, they chose to suffer the smoke and fire together rather than let the terror outside claim them. The Simantov family, like so many others, was erased in a single day by an act of unspeakable evil. Their home, a place once filled with the laughter of children, is now silent. Any reasonable person would have expected this council to act immediately and unequivocally to condemn the terror, the bloodshed, the inhumanity, to support Israel in its mission to dismantle the terror organization responsible for these atrocities. To expect anything less would be lunacy. Yet, here we are, 320 days since the slaughter, and what have we heard? Silence. No condemnation of Hamas. No recognition of the atrocities committed. The UN Security Council was created and charged with protecting peace after the horrors of the Holocaust. How could it not condemn the largest slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust? Yesterday, August 21st, was International Day of Remembrance for Victims of Terror. Here is your opportunity, your moment, to finally condemn the cold-blooded slaughter of over 1,000 innocent lives and the abduction of hundreds more in an act of pure terror. I hold no illusions. I have no expectations from the Council today. It has already made it clear that this International Day of Remembrance and Tribute does not apply to Israeli victims of terror. When future generations learn of this terrible period, they will look for the world's reactions to the evil committed against us. If they were only to look at the UN's response, they may not even know the Jews were massacred and kidnapped, because the United Nations cannot find the moral clarity to condemn these acts. Today, Israel fights on the front lines of the battle for civilization against terrorism and medieval barbarism. Our soldiers, our boys and girls in Gaza, they are fighting for their homes, for their families, their state, but it goes even deeper. They fight for the values and principles binding the entire liberal Western world. Today, it's Israel. Tomorrow, it can be everywhere. Distinguished colleagues, this war was forced upon us. by men who call their parents to brag about having killed Jews, men who place military command centers and weapons of war underneath UNRWA schools and hospitals, men who hold innocent babies within terror tunnels for almost a year. We did not ask for this war. We are neither intentionally killing civilians nor overseeing a famine. There is no famine in Gaza. Since the start of the war, Israel has facilitated more than 14,000 trucks carrying aid, including over 700,000 tons of food. We also continue to work with our partners addressing the medical needs in Gaza. Between December 23 and January 24, enough polio vaccines for over 2 million Gazans were delivered, partnering with WHO and UNICEF. Between 95 to 99% of Gazans are already vaccinated. This campaign is taking place without any UNRWA involvement. As we speak, another comprehensive vaccine campaign is being launched for children under the age of 10. With all due respect to our allies, the Israel Defense Forces have always taken pride in being the most moral army in the world. In impossible conditions, Hamas knows that causing civilian casualties and depriving their own people of food will generate public outcry. So that is what they do. They're very good at that. They put civilians in harm's way and deprive them of the aid the international community has provided. Rather than condemn Hamas's outrageous abuse of its own people, international aid organizations like UNRWA and other organs of the UN have chosen to collaborate with Hamas. How can these bodies be part of the solution when they intensify the problem? How can they help build the future when they destroy the path to it? Israel looks to the future. The Abraham Accord showed the Arabs across the region want a different future. Development and prosperity, not endless wars and terrorism. The Abrahamic peace is paving the way to that future through regional integration and partnership, innovation and entrepreneurship. We stand ready to extend these accords to Middle Eastern partners. Many Gazans, many people in Gaza want that future too. But Gaza stands at a crossroads. The defeat of Hamas will enable Gazan civilians to chart their own destiny in partnership with the most successful countries in the region, with your support. Let me be clear, there is no future for the people of Gaza with Hamas left in control. There is no rebuilding of Gaza with Hamas in control. There is no future for the border communities in southern Israel with Hamas in control. The day after Hamas isn't something in the far-off future. It's a process that it is beginning right now as our forces fight for our security, for the return of our hostages, and for a better future for everyone in Gaza and Israel. For the sake of the Palestinians and Israelis alike, we cannot allow the next generation of Gazans to be raised to hate Jews more than they love their children. So long as Hamas and its hateful ideology rule in Gaza, Gazans will never have a chance for a decent life. So long as terrorists carrying rifles and suicide vests are entrusted to administer aid, terrorists will stay rich and civilians will remain poor. We Israelis need no lessons on how to strive and sacrifice for peace, but we have learned through bitter experience that true peace is not possible so long as entire generations are taught to hate. Mr. President, Israel has no desire to occupy Gaza. Once Hamas's defeat has been secured and our hostages have been safely returned home, we want Gazans to administer their own affairs. Gazans who are not compromised by terror or incitement and who are committed to peace with their neighbors. But instead of supporting these aspirations for peace and stability, this Council has become a forum for the world's most vile actors to sound off their hatred of Jews and Israel. I see the representative of the Palestinian Authority is still here. He has been sitting in that chair for 20 years. You have spent 2 decades in this place proposing resolutions which stir chaos, sow division, and avoid any hope. You have accomplished absolutely nothing but incite hatred and violence while claiming to be an advocate for peace. But I want to clarify an important point, and I demand an answer, Mr. Mansour. Who do you represent here today? Who you represent here today? Do you represent the Hamas terror organization? Since October 7th, you have delivered hundreds of speeches, yet you have never uttered anything even resembling a condemnation of Hamas. Correct me if I'm wrong. Anyone have heard any condemnation for the Hamas atrocities? Mr. Mansour, if you cannot condemn them, you are one of them. You do not represent the Palestinian people. Mr. Mansour, you are a terrorist in a suit. I demand you to condemn Hamas. If you do not condemn them, you are one of them. Mr. President, we all know the role of Iran in this conflict. They are the suppliers and mentors of the terrorist proxies attacking Israel from all sides. They are attempting to trigger a regional war. Just look at Lebanon. The Iranian regime has used its proxy Hezbollah to drive the country into economic and political ruin, transforming what was once the Paris of the Middle East into a terrorist haven. While we were still fighting the Hamas savages in our own homes and communities, on October 8th, day after the attack, Hezbollah began its attack. We did not target them. There was no immediate dispute. Yet they launched hundreds of rockets towards our civilians in the north. Have you considered in this council what was the reason for Hezbollah's attack against Israel? Let me remind you, Nasrallah himself announced that they had joined the war on October 8th. They did so to show support and sympathy for Hamas. Let me repeat, they did so to show support and sympathy for Hamas while they murdered Israeli civilians. That is the reason for Hezbollah to start the attacks against Israel. Since that day, thousands of rockets have been launched at our communities, targeting innocent Israelis, destroying their homes, and murdering children as they played soccer with their friends. Over 100,000 of our civilians remain displaced. Let me be very direct with you. We have our limits. We are not interested in escalation, but Israel will do whatever is necessary to restore security to the northern border, return northern residents to their homes, and remove the threat posed by Hezbollah. If you truly care for regional security, now, don't wait. Don't wait for something to happen. Now is the time to speak up, demand and ensure that Lebanon and Hezbollah fully implement Resolution 701. So we will not meet here in a month or in a week and discuss the escalation in Israel and Lebanon. Mr. President, this Council has a choice: continue down the path of moral ambiguity or stand up for what is right. Condemn terrorism in all its forms and uphold the values of peace, justice, and human dignity. Let me be clear. The days when Jewish blood was spilled and there was no response are over. The days when the Jewish people were at the mercy of tyrants are over. We are the captains of our own ship, and we will take all necessary steps against those who wish to harm us. The world is watching, and history will judge you by your actions. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Israel for their statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
Briefings. Well, no, I didn't want to offer any counter. All right, we'll start off with some travel updates from our senior officials. The Secretary General is in Apia in Samoa, and where he told journalists, like many Pacific islands, Samoa is caught in a storm of rising prices, rising seas, and rising geopolitical tensions. All of this compounded by an ailing ocean and woefully insufficient finance. These challenges demand a resolute international action. The climate crisis is the gravest threat facing this country and this region, and quite possibly the world. Mr. Guterres noted that the region contributes only 0.02% of global emissions, and yet it's on the front lines of the climate crisis, dealing with extreme weather events from raging tropical cyclones to record ocean heat waves. The Secretary General called on G20 countries, who are the biggest group of emitters, to act by phasing out fossil fuels fairly and ending fossil fuel expansion immediately. The United Nations, he says, stands with the Pacific countries in calling for justice and change. His remarks were shared with you. And earlier today, he also visited a district in Samoa which has been impacted by sea level rise, storms, and the 2022 tsunami. He heard from members of communities that have been forced to move inland due to sea level rise, also visited a seawall that had been rebuilt 3 times in the past 20 years, noting that this is a sign of determination and strength of Samoan people to fight climate change. The Secretary General also met with the Prime Minister of Samoa, Fiami no Mataafa, and discussed the impacts of climate change on the country, the reform of the international financial system, and the forthcoming Pacific Island Forum, which the Secretary General will attend. Tomorrow, he will meet with civil society representatives, including women and youth, before he heads up to Auckland, New Zealand, and then where he's scheduled to meet with the Prime Minister there, and then on to Tonga for that Pacific Island Forum. Meanwhile, our Deputy Secretary General is in Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia, speaking at the opening of ceremony of the World Women's Forum. Amina Mohammed emphasized that building a world free of inequality for women and girls is not just an ideal, it is our collective responsibility. She said it is also crucial for addressing the most pressing issues of our time, including climate change and poverty. Ms. Mohammed also stressed that the World's Women's Forum is a timely gathering to chart a path towards the 69th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, where progress on the implementation of the Beijing Platform for the Beijing Platform for Action will be assessed. Throughout the day, she held bilateral meetings, including with the president of Mongolia. She also met with the chairman of the parliament and members of the Senate, as well as several female members of parliament. They discussed the cooperation between the United Nations and Mongolia and actions to accelerate progress towards the SDGs. On the sidelines of her trip, the Deputy Secretary General also held bilateral meetings with the President of Slovenia, Turkey's Minister for Family and Social Services, and additionally, she met with the UN country team and participated in a town hall meeting with UN staff. This morning, you heard the Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, Tor Vennesland, brief the Security Council. He told members, he stressed to members that the immediate ceasefire is needed and a political horizon must be reestablished that will end the occupation and achieve a two-state solution based on the pre-1967 lines, where Jerusalem is the capital of both. Mr. Vennesland referred to the developments across the Blue Line and beyond, warning that any spark or miscalculation could set off a series of uncontrollable actions. He underscored that the UN remains committed and ready to scale up the humanitarian assistance in Gaza during the ceasefire and supporting the implementation of the deal. From the ground, our colleague Mohanad Hadi, the humanitarian coordinator for the occupied Palestinian territory, today noted there's been an average of 1 evacuation order every 2 days this month, forcing as many as 250,000 Palestinians to uproot their lives yet again. In a statement, Mr. Hadi said these evacuation orders are meant to protect civilians. They are in fact doing the exact opposite. They are forcing families to flee again, often under fire and with few belongings that they can carry with them, into an ever-shrinking area that is overcrowded, that is polluted, that is lacking services, and like the rest of Gaza, that is unsafe. The impact on our work is also immense. Many of our humanitarian colleagues have been forced to move because of these directives, which affect their premises, warehouses, and other facilities. Alongside the people of Gaza, we and our humanitarian partners are reaching the point of having no place to go. Our colleague Gilles Michaud, the Undersecretary General for Safety and Security, says that these mass evacuations are the latest in the long list of unbearable threats to UN personnel working in Gaza. He added that the UN and humanitarian facilities and guest houses are in areas that are affected by the most recent evacuation orders, with crucial UN security infrastructure in adjacent areas. He stressed that we need a safe space from which to operate and a safe space from which we can deliver life-saving assistance. For example, I give you, in terms of our shrinking space, the World Food Program has now lost access to its warehouse in the Deir el-Bala area in central Gaza. This was the third and last operational warehouse in Gaza's middle area. 5 community kitchens operated by WFP have also been evacuated as the agency seeks new locations from them. According to OCHA, latest update on the humanitarian response in Gaza, multiple evacuation orders for Khan Yunis and Deir el-Bala issued between the 8th of August and the 17th have alone deprived people of essential services. In total, 17 health facilities were affected, with the area impacted by the orders located 1 kilometer or less from 4 key hospitals. With diseases spreading in Gaza, access to health services and to safe drinking water is especially critical. There's also a shortage of chlorine for water disinfection, with reserves expected to last for just 1 more month. Given the presence of hepatitis A and now polio in Gaza, this is, of course, deeply alarming. Despite this and other challenges, including active hostilities, ongoing insecurity, and access constraints, we and our humanitarian organizations continue to do everything possible to provide life-saving health care to Palestinians in Gaza. In the 2 weeks prior to August 18th, nearly 36 health partners reached some 337,000 civilians across Gaza. Meanwhile, 16 emergency medical teams are supporting local healthcare workforce. Meanwhile, in northern Gaza, kitchens supported by WFP are providing hot meals. This is the first delivery since, this first delivery last week is part of WFP's efforts to ensure that nutritious produce can supplement the emergency food rations that families have been surviving on for months. So far in August, bakeries in Gaza supported by the World Food Program have produced about 1.9 million bread bundles. That's nearly 4 metric tons of bread. Out of 18 bakeries, a dozen are still operational. Moving north, our UNIFIL colleagues tell us that the situation along the Blue Line remains very tense, with daily exchanges of fire that have left destruction and claimed lives on both sides of the Blue Line. As part of their support to the communities in areas impacted by exchanges of fire, UNIFIL peacekeepers, in collaborations with NGOs, hosted a health campaign for women in Souk el-Khan in southern Lebanon. The campaign aims to support women in the conflict-affected areas by providing essential services, including cancer awareness sessions and personalized healthcare consultations. Quick update from Hans Grunberg, our special envoy for Yemen, who today held discussions with the Saudi ambassador to Yemen, Mohammed al-Jaber. Those discussions took place in Riyadh, the Saudi capital. Their discussions focused on the de-escalation efforts in Yemen amidst regional tensions. Separately, he also met in Riyadh with the ambassadors of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. He underscored the critical need for a unified approach to support efforts towards a political process and a ceasefire in Yemen. He also emphasized the importance of sustained advocacy for the release of the detained United Nations personnel, some of whom have been detained for a long, long time. The Office of the Special Envoy for Yemen stressed that while we continue to work and advocate for the release of the detainees, our work for peace in Yemen continues relentlessly. Moving back to this hemisphere and Haiti, a humanitarian update for Haiti, which we haven't shared with you in a while. Our humanitarian colleagues warn that persistent underfunding for the humanitarian response amidst growing needs and rising violence means that millions of Haitians are missing out on the essential support they need. Stepped up and sustained funding is needed to stem the deepening humanitarian crisis in the country. Our humanitarian colleagues tell us that displacement has nearly tripled in the last 12 months, with more than 578,000 people having fled their homes in search of safety. Half of the newly displaced escaped the capital, Port-au-Prince, to the southern part of the country. Some 5 million people, that's half of the population of Haiti, are not getting enough to eat. Many lack access to health care they need, with just 1 in 4 hospitals in the country still functioning. Nearly 1.5 million children have seen their education disrupted over the past school year, while hundreds of thousands of out-of-school children face the risk of being recruited by armed gangs. Our humanitarian colleagues warn that without additional funding, Haiti's humanitarian crisis will grow only more severe. 8 months into the year, the 2024 humanitarian appeal, which calls for $674 million United States dollars, is just over a third funded, with only $227 million in the bank. This is the same low level of funding we've seen for the humanitarian response in Haiti over the past 5 years, a country where the needs have increased substantially during that period of time. Our humanitarian colleagues stress that while additional resources are urgently needed to stem a crisis, it is critical to find sustainable solutions to the humanitarian development, security, and other challenges faced by Haiti. And our colleagues at UNICEF today warned that children and vulnerable communities are facing the worst impacts of the expanding outbreak of Mpox in Eastern and Southern Africa. As you will recall, cases have been detected across 5 countries. That's Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, and South Africa, with the new variant of the virus identified in all except in South Africa. UNICEF says Burundi is currently reporting the region's highest number of Mpox infections, with children and adolescents below 20 years of age making about 60% of the cases detected. The risk to children in Burundi, it was heightened because of the simultaneous occurrence of measles outbreaks. UNICEF currently appealing for $16.5 million to scale up its response. Today is the International Day for the commemoration of victims of acts of violence based on religion or belief. In a message for the day, the Secretary General said around the world, individual communities faced violence based on religion or belief, stressing that we must urgently combat this scourge. The Secretary General urges all to reaffirm our commitment to creating a world where everyone can live free from fear, from stigma and persecution, calling on governments to protect all people and places of worship, implement comprehensive and anti-discrimination laws, and invest in education initiatives that foster inclusion and equal rights. Lastly, we have a new resident coordinator, and that is Yeşim Oruç of Turkey, who's taken up her post as the new resident coordinator in Moldova. She starts today. She brings more than 25 years of experience in development. Previously, she served as the resident coordinator for the UN in Guyana, and as well as other senior positions with UNDP in the United States, Albania, and Romania. And she holds a master's degree from the American University of Cairo and a bachelor's from Yale. Not bad. Congratulations. Edie.
Thank you, Steph. Thailand reported the first case of Mpox in Asia today.
Yeah.
That goes after the one in Sweden and Europe. Is the Secretary General concerned about now the apparent global spread of this disease?
Indeed, indeed he is, and I think while our WHO colleagues have been very clear in not saying this is exactly like the spread of COVID, I think there are lessons that we need to internalize on how we deal with global outbreaks, including solidarity, early action, and funding for medical support.
And on Haiti, is there any way we can get a timetable on the deployment of police that have been promised to the Kenya mission? Because this has dragged on for quite a while now.
I will not argue with you, Edie, on that point. Not that I ever want to argue with you. But I think those are questions that have to be asked of the support mission through Kenya, and I think we have some contacts for you we can share, but that's not an answer we can provide. Amélie.
Thanks, Steph. I have two questions. Ambassador Mansour in the Security Council just said that he extended to the Secretary General an invitation to join President Abbas, who said he wants to go to Gaza. So, are you considering this invitation?
Let me check what has been received.
Okay. And second question, if I may, on Sudan, is there any more trucks that cross the Adre crossing point?
No updates for you on Sudan, though the need for greater humanitarian access and especially for more aid to come in remains very much critical in the top of our efforts. Senor.
Hi, Steph. I have been absent for the last days or weeks, so forgive me.
But I know you've read the transcript of the briefings you've missed, so you don't ask questions that have been asked. But go ahead.
On Venezuela, given the total blockage of the situation, there are some international efforts of mediation between the parties. Is the UN involved somehow in these efforts? And if requested by any of the parties, is the UN ready to take part in an initiative of mediation?
Let me check on our involvement. So far, as always, our good officers are available should all parties involved agree and request. Abdelhamid, we're going to move from left to right or right to left, depending where you're sitting.
Thank you, Steph. First, there was an attack on an UNRWA school last night. A number of children were burned to death. Lazzarini mentioned something, but nothing from your side, from the Secretary General.
Well, I mean, Philippe Lazzarini and ourselves are on the same side. So we echo his calls and his outrage.
Oh, my second question: the Israeli ambassador accused the Palestinian ambassador of being a terrorist in a suit. Is that acceptable behavior from a diplomat?
I will not comment on what ambassadors and representatives say to each other within the legislative halls.
I noticed also the speech of Mr. Tor Wensland. He kept talking about war in Gaza. He didn't mention like atrocities committed in Gaza, or it's a killing machine in Gaza. It's not a war between two parties. And he also, when he spoke about Jet, that town which settlers destroyed it, he didn't condemn that attack in his speech.
He has condemned it. I mean, we've spoken out against all the violence that civilians have suffered in Gaza. So, I mean, he has done it. Benny.
This is on a slightly different area. There was an attack on a ship, Greek-flagged ship in the Red Sea. It's a tanker. There are fish in the sea. There's an environmental...
I think Edie asked that question yesterday about the Greek tanker that was floating, but I'm happy to repeat my answer.
Oh, I might have missed it, but the question is there any, because of the environmental situation, anything from your end?
You know, it just highlights the multifaceted risk that continues to rise as ships are continuing to be targeted by Houthis in the region. The impact can be is commercial on global commerce. The impact can be environmental. A lot of oil flows through. The Red Sea in that area is home to an amazing biodiversity, which is a risk, and there's a physical risk, obviously, to the seafarers that are on these ships.
Yeah, and on that visit to Gaza that people mentioned, it is a war zone. Most diplomats are unarmed. If a visit like that happens, can the UN supply some kind of security? Is there any way to secure such a visit?
I'm not going to speculate how such a visit could happen if it does happen, but the Secretary General has visited war zones before. We've been in Ukraine. He was in Kyiv when missiles landed not far from the place where we were. As always, the security needs to be. We handle it, but we handle parts of it. But it has to be assured with those who control the area where we visit. But I'm not going to speculate on the specifics of a Gaza visit. Edie.
Thank you, Steph. Afghanistan's Taliban rulers have issued new bans on women's voices being heard and their faces being bared in public. Those are only a few. Does the Secretary General have any comment?
Beyond, of course, condemning any and such decisions, it's hard to imagine any country moving forward, developing, improving its situation with such orders in place. Abdelhamid.
I have two questions. One's on the definition of terrorism, because you were asked this question yesterday. The GA did not agree on the definition for three reasons, as one of them is liberation movement versus terrorism and root causes. And the third, that many countries insisted to include in definition state-sponsored terrorism. Is what Israel is doing, isn't that fit that category of definition?
We continue, and we have, and will continue to denounce acts of terrorism. The definition of terrorism, as you pointed out, and as Benny, I think, pointed out yesterday, is still not agreed to by member states.
My second question, the ambassador said there is no famine in Gaza. That's what he said. All UN organization and humanitarian representative in Gaza indicate there is famine in Gaza. So who's saying the truth? The UN
I will
or
let you and all the other journalists do the compare and contrast. We have spoken about the hunger situation in Gaza, and we stand by what we've said. Yes, please.
Thank you, Stefan. Can I have your comment on the Secretary General's report on development in science, technology, and potential impact on international security?
Well, I mean, I think that the Secretary General lays out in very stark terms in his report his deep concerns about the increasing reports we're seeing of AI possibly being used in a military context, notably in a nuclear context, especially when it comes to command and control, and all sorts of other issues, which should frankly raise a number of alarm bells. For us, it's very important that member states discuss all the ways to mitigate these risks in multilateral context. And in fact, the Summit of the Future is an opportunity for member states to take strong and visionary action on these issues.
So in this recommendation, it said, the member states recommending to member states to identify multilateral forum. Mm-hmm. What kind of forum that will be? And
well, I mean, the Summit of the Future is clearly one of those. It is the most, in terms of the calendar, is the one that is upcoming. But there are many different forums within the UN that could serve, and also multi-stakeholders meetings. Okay. Oh yes, Sarah.
This is regarding Indian Prime Minister Modi's visit to Ukraine tomorrow after his visit to Russia earlier on. Would you have any comments on that, please?
No specific comment. I mean, we've seen a lot of heads of states and government travel to the region. We hope that all of these visits will bring us closer to an end of the conflict, in line with General Assembly resolutions, international law, and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Thank you. You've had Monaco.
Out is that they could divert the flows of the Salt and Verde rivers into an intricate system of canals that we still use to this day. Ancient people understood this. They understood that you live where the water flows to, not necessarily where the water comes from. Our water originates as snowpack high up in the mountains. Living downstream actually affords you more drought resiliency because you have the benefit of a larger watershed. The state of Arizona has been experiencing a very extreme drought over the last approximately 20 years or so. And in fact, we can tell from tree ring analysis that it's likely the worst 20-year drought in about 1,200 years. Scarcity is a challenge, but I think it's a little bit of an easier challenge to overcome than sea level rise, for example. It is much easier to move a relatively small amount of water from where it is now to where it needs to be in the future to meet demands than it is to move entire oceans out of cities. About 60% of the water that's delivered in the city of Phoenix actually comes from the Salt and Verde River system, delivered through canal systems like this one. A little less than 40% of the water delivered in Phoenix comes from the Colorado River. And then a very small amount is groundwater. So Phoenix actually invested about on the order of $500 million so that it could move water supplies from the Salt and Verde River system into parts of Phoenix that today are dependent on the Colorado River. We like our sprawl, right? We are not a particularly dense city. Here there's a lot of land and homes and businesses are very spread out. And what that means is that we have a very large water distribution system, and it's an expensive one. So that is a challenge for us, especially when we look at scarcity and the potential for dead pool or less Colorado River water availability in the future.
We have a lot of options to react to droughts or to preempt impacts of droughts, but those can only normally be leveraged if we work together across different sectors and across different disciplines, science disciplines, and also across borders. Yes, if a drought is only occurring in one country, it's a country-level problem, but in the end, the droughts that we face are not respecting any borders, and it makes more sense to address these issues in a regional or even a global effort.
My hope is that we're able to move our villages up on the hill, ensure that future generations are safe, also ensure that our way of life is maintained. You know, because without that way of life, then what are we? And are we any more Quinault?
I know that it's best for my family if I go ahead and move up there. I know it'll make my kids feel better because now it's just a part of their schooling, because their school's in a flood zone too. They have to practice and understand and know about tsunami drills, earthquake drills, all of those things. And that's scary to a little kid. I'm still torn, like it's still a little bit heartbreaking to think about moving out of the lower village, because on these days, like when you forget what winter is like you can open your window and I can hear the eagles in the trees, like I can hear them coming from over there, flying out to the ocean. I'm gonna miss those things.
It was the longest 24 hours in my life. The terrifying moment when calls and internet have stopped completely. We were isolated from everything, even the news. We were hearing the bombardment everywhere without the ability to know where it is. Since 7th October, I couldn't see my parents and sister, and the only way to check on them was messages they sent to me daily, and when all ways of communication were cut off, many scenarios come to my mind. How we can call the ambulance if they get targeted, and that the minimum right of being a human. So how we reach the hospital, and many questions with no answers. 2 days without knowing anything about your beloved one make you die in every second in the day. What I realized that we are so alone.
In Gaza, for the past 2 days, we were in absolute isolation, not only from the outside world, but also from each other in the same city. No internet connection, no line, way, or any mean of communication. I'm currently at my parents' house where my family and my in-laws' family and so many other relatives seek refuge. Over 55 people. The only way for us to get some bits and pieces of news was by gathering around my mother's-in-law old radio, anticipating any news of de-escalation or ceasefire. The situation in Gaza has become absolutely inhumane and unbearable by all international standards. The population of Gaza is in immense need for humanitarian support, including clean drinkable water, food and fuel or electricity to run hospitals that already suffer from severe shortage of medical supplies. Gaza people and the children of Gaza needs protection, and for sure tons and tons of psychosocial and mental support. As a humanitarian worker, I feel absolutely helpless as I cannot provide my kids with the basic needs of life, let alone the children of Gaza.
My name's Joe English and I'm UNICEF spokesperson here on the ground on the Poland-Ukraine border. Over the last couple of days I've been here and spoken with many families, mothers, grandmothers with children. Many have journeyed for 20 hours, 30 hours just to get here. They arrived, they're tired, they're cold. It was minus 12 degrees this morning. The kids are exhausted, many of them are showing signs of trauma. Just yesterday we were at a registration centre where there was one young girl in the play area for kids where they're able to colour and do pictures and watch cartoons, but she was just sat to one side, glazed eyes, staring into the middle distance. And these are the kids who we're incredibly worried about, because it's clear that they've had traumatic experiences, either directly exposed to the violence in Ukraine, the fighting, bombing. We've seen schools, hospitals bombed, homes bombed, people fleeing in the night, or traumatic experiences along the way. So it's absolutely critical that we're able to identify the most vulnerable children and get them the care and support that they need.
She's my mom. She arrived since 10 days. Have lung contusion injury and leg fracture. She was on mechanical ventilator. Since 3 days she is extubated, but now she's breathing on room air. I hope to be more better. This is the worst time now because we haven't any bed, and we have a crowded in ICU, full bed, an emergency room, full bed, and we have an IDPs in emergency room. The OR also working 24 hours continuously. Sometimes we work like 24 hours and off 24 hours and another. We need more of medical supplies, like things like to deal with the bleedings, to deal with burn, to deal with fix like wires and pins. We need a lot of things for abdominal gauze, a lot of things for infection control, a lot of experts also to support us in managing of these cases. All child now facing something like PTSD and need psychological support. So the team here and the staff start to psychological support for this young lady, young child, and to use some eating therapy, some toys for this child. She want to get an auto mask for this toy, and I think she hope to be a doctor in the future to treat another victims like others, treat them.
You seem very clever. Were you very good? Are you very good at school?
يعني بس أخوي أشطر يعني.
Are you excited that you can hopefully see your sister soon?
Yeah.
So you're going to be a big brother. You're going to have to help look after her, no?
أعطيها شغل، أعطيها تسوي لها أي حاجة بدها إياها.
الولد يعني الصراحة بده داعم نفسي كتير، بس بيسأل عن أهله، بيستفسر عن أهله، طب مثلا ليش راحوا وسابوني.
And you have a very special relationship with Omar, no?
زيهم زي أولادنا وأحسن كمان إن شاء الله. قد ما نقدر نعوضهم إحنا حنعوضهم إن شاء الله. بحكي له أنت متذكر صورة بابا وماما يا عمر؟ بحكي لي أنا بضلني أغمض عيني عشان أتذكر صورتهم ما أنساهم مش.
We know what to do. We know what is right. What's holding us back?
The particular depths that we'll explore today, commitment, compassion, understanding, and collaboration, are meant to open minds, ignite senses, and to inspire possibilities.
The ocean is by far the dominating biological, physical, and chemical system on planet Earth.
At the same time, oceans suffer due to the climate crisis and myriad types of pollution generated by socially irresponsible human activity.
Our incentives are entirely misaligned. We spend 40 times more finance in destroying nature than we do in protecting it.
We are totally at an all-hands-on-deck moment right now.
I am a descendant of the ocean, and all of us in this room are as well. And when you are a descendant of something, you have a responsibility to it.
And to understand this interconnection, this profound and fundamental interconnection, we can turn not just to our community above land, but also below it.
There is hope. There is a chance. We can make a difference, and all we have to do is stick together.
The ocean is our future, our responsibility. Let us come together to live up to that responsibility and reawaken our commitment to the ocean.
We cause the problems. We are the solution.
We live on a blue planet. It's time we act like it.
Je m'appelle René Cayenne, moi dans la classe terminale dans le lycée national de Pétionville. Il arrive un moment que côté Pétionville lui-même vient subir même bagaille que l'autre zone a subi tout. Des problèmes de sécurité, bandits a fait ravage, a kidnapping tout ça. Tirer moun fait moun subir des bagailles que pas supposé vivre. C'est une raison qui permet que l'école monte vienne fermer. C'était vraiment triste. Nous-mêmes élèves en classe terminale qui subir une épreuve et côté que nous pas comme si suivre projet que nous avons suivre. Comment examen ça va faire qui ça qu'on ça va mettre sur feuille examen ça pendant que pas jamais suivre en cours.
Enormous violence has forced them out of school. But when the Ministry of Education and UNSC and local organizations come together, it is possible to offer a counter-positive force.
L'État paysan prend une décision côté que les mettez un cours de rattrapage dans chaque école qui fait le samedi et le dimanche. Les professeurs travaillent assez bien, nous comprenons bien que nous ne pouvons pas finir rattraper tout vraiment, mais nous avons essayé de rattraper un peu dans le temps que nous avons perdu, dans le temps que nous avons fait par l'école. Si pas de cours de rattrapage, je pense que oui, nous avons un examen, nous avons composé, nous avons réussi, mais il y a des choses nous avons été médiocres sur eux, nous pas connaître. Pendant que nous avons une opportunité pour nous retourner à l'école, on s'est tout nous qui pas une opportunité ça. À qui cause ça, il y a ces problèmes d'insécurité et pays a subi. Ça arrive tous ces problèmes de déplacement. Et ça arrive tout malheureusement, ces parents n'ont pas assez moyens pour ça.
I've always wanted to save the world. It sounds silly, but yes. But I did not think that architecture could be one of the ways that I could do it.
I got into the field with the idea of being kind of Indiana Jones and just kind of, going into all these really exciting sites. So that was a very naive, immature approach to what heritage might actually be.
And we felt that heritage and sustainability are two sides of the same coin. So we decided to join hands and create a larger impact. Not many architects think that climate change is something that they need to think about, but we're trying to change that. Mud as a material has always been used in construction, and it's a very clean material.
This material is truly magical. In India, it's all about customs and traditions. We walked around the machine with lime and camphor burning in his hand. It's like removing all the bad energies or vibes that machine could have been born with. So that's how Hinduism is, where you're believed to have born with certain sin, and then you kind of work your way towards a sinless life. You can make mud bricks with basically any kind of mud or soil. So we've got some really beautiful red soil here. This soil is further seeped. All the big particles are kind of taken away. And it's mixed with what used to be sand, but is now quarry dust. So quarry dust is essentially from stone quarries, the waste that you get is collected. And to this mix, you add very little bit of water just to activate the clay, which is then put into the machine, and the strength of the brick is basically got from the action of compression. So what essentially you're doing is you're removing all the air particles from the mix and therefore getting a very, very solid block. So the manufacturing and the processing is done by local communities. So that again, you're giving back to the livelihoods towards local communities rather than large manufacturing plants and large companies. So that's why this material, although it looks like a very normal block, has a much larger reach and a much more positive impact than any other bricks or blocks that I use.
சார் அவங்க கல்யாணத்திலே சிரிக்கல சார்
For whatever reason, now you find masons who are mostly male. So the kind of camaraderie you would want to have is a little bit harder to achieve with them. So it's a bit of a social stigma to get too pally with women. So initially they'll be like, no madam, you can't touch the tools, you can't get muddy. But then eventually they're like, there's no point talking to her, she's going to touch the tools, she is going to get muddy. So that's one way that we found it's nice to kind of break that barrier almost immediately. Then we kind of say who defines roles, right? It's just what you feel like doing, what gives you joy. And working with my hands give me joy, so I'm doing that. And that helps you create a better relationship with the mason. In cow dung, it's basically digested fibers, right? So we add this in mud to increase the cohesion of the mud particles. So we work a lot with cow dung. And it's quite interesting. The cow dung that we get in the cities stink really badly, but the stuff that we work with in the villages are quite pleasant to work with, actually. It's clearly what they're eating. They're eating a lot of crap in the cities and they're eating this lovely grass here, so possibly that. Rosie and I go back a very, very long time. We were roommates in college and did our architecture school together. I think when you find someone, you know that you click, and that's what happened with us. There was, friendship was almost like immediate, and then it's lasted us 16 years. We were very clear that we did not want it to be a Sridevi and Rosie Associates, because the firm needs to be bigger than that.
Anne Joseph, architect. Vasha and John, architect. Tejaswini, architect. Lesha Mahadesha, architect. Sanjani J, architect. Shubha, architect.
And then we thought about the masons on site who really make our dreams, our drawings and all of that a reality. So it was kind of a no-brainer to give them the importance in the name itself. And so masons and the ink would be basically our drawings and all of that.
We wanted it to be a collaborative, hands-on process on site. So, where we stop seeing ourselves as architects who work on just the 2D and 3D, and once it moves off to site, like we barely know what's going on, or we just come in once in a while, but more like working as a team.
So the thread is like just holding it in place, but the notch is doing the bulk of the work. I used to be in Girl Scouts, so I know a thing or two about knots. So we managed to get our poles up. This is pomegranate. I started out in the corporate world like a lot of people, and I think after a while I got disillusioned with that kind of a life. I was thinking about moving to the countryside, setting up something like this. So it was on my mind, and we were thinking about it until, a year and a half ago, I lost my husband, the love of my life. He was my college sweetheart. I know adult life only with him. I don't know any other life. So when he died, I knew I had to rebuild life, and I couldn't do it in that city anymore. This place came up. It was almost an impulse buy, and I bought this place. And then I had been talking to the masons saying, guys, I think it was important for me. They also knew them. They also knew my husband. They understood my journey. They understood where I was coming from. And somehow that translated into the design. I'm very proud of it because the only cost we incurred in all of this was the metal mesh. The rest was quarry waste, and these are broken bricks, these are broken tiles. So it was all waste.
Fiber or in this. Yeah.
Okay, and just to be clear, I'm not going around shaving my dog. I have groomer friends and they give me in bags. Yeah. Dude. He comes when we're mixing mud and things like that. He wants to be part of it. Yeah. It sounds so cheesy, but it's a journey of love and pain. And I'd say that this is my dedication to my husband and the love that I had with him. That's what it is.
You see everywhere this concrete building, and there you're losing this uniqueness. Like you see the same building in New York, and you come here and say you can see the same building here.
The mud that is there on site, that seems to have like a secret gold shimmer to it.
It was shining. It was a very sunny day, and then we found a yellow stone also. We thought it's a gold ore, and we got very excited and sent pictures to ma'am. Ma'am was also freaking out, and then that yellow stone was just a stone.
So this whole site right now, what we're doing is we have different experiments going on such that it'll all add to the main structure. So it's a technique of mud that we use. We put mud into these bags and then we tamp them down. It becomes like a large format brick. It's like masonry. So you have two bricks and then you place this on top and then you do layers like this. the durability of mud against water and make it better in compressive strength by adding lime to it. In return not affect its breathable properties or the properties that make it so awesome in terms of air regulation, temperature regulation. So that's why lime is a good alternative for cement. When you have a very thin crack in a cement wall and water enters it, starts building somewhere and it shows up years later as dampness. Whereas the same thing on a mud wall, when water hits it, after some time it dries out because it allows the passage of air. It still continues to breathe even when it's on a wall. Another really great thing about lime is that it absorbs CO2, so it behaves like a plant.
Mud and lime are like the co-stars, lime being more of the diva, I'd say. It's insect repellent, so lime wash is also used to kind of paint the woodwork that we use to repel termites and things like that.
You need to give it its time and you need to understand it. People don't understand it, and then it starts behaving differently, and then there's like, oh, mud buildings don't last, or mud buildings can't withstand the rain. But actually it's the lack of understanding or the poor understanding of it that makes it behave in certain ways that is not really the fault of the material but of the way you're using it. For us it's obvious that climate change directly affects the shelter that you're going to live in. It's a lot about the buildings, the flooding, the earthquakes. It's a lot about the buildings, and you need to start building resilient structures.
The two main culprits are cement and steel. So these two industries are very, very carbon heavy. They are manufactured using raw materials at high temperatures, and there are plants, situated all across the country. And so the embodied energy in making the material itself is quite high. And then to transport it from factory to the dealer to then to the site. A lot of thought these days are going into organic food. There is a shift to, say, organic clothes as well. But organic homes and the health impacts that it has is something that hasn't been studied sufficiently.
So when we look at traditional systems, one of the key elements that were very often used was natural materials like mud, stone, bamboo, etc. Usually when you work with construction materials, you start feeling sick because you need a mask, you need things to protect yourself because it's harmful for you. Whereas mud is the exact opposite. It's good for you. People buy clay and put it on their faces and things like that. So working with it is healing in itself. Trying to bring on more women masons onto the construction sites.
The workers from the village, they turned up here. The first day they were just, they were just women from the village and I was just a woman from the city, and there was that disconnect. But as we got to know each other and I started appreciating them for the knowledge they brought in, and they started appreciating me for, I don't know, I think my intention, I don't know, or we bonded. I genuinely care for them and I think they care for me.
ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಂಡಸರು ಮಾಡೋ ಕೆಲಸ, ಆದರೆ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೆಂಗಸರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಇದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ? ಇದು
ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಗಂಡಸರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಎನ್ಸ್ಕೋತೀರಾ? ನೀವು ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿನ ಇವಾಗ?
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮ್ಯಾಕ ಗಾರೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿನೇ. ಇನ್ನು ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ತಾನೇ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಕರೆಯೋದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿನೇ.
It took me such a long time just to get them to understand that we don't want men on the side, because it's the concept that we're trying out. It's all women. We want to try this out to see if it works. They kept saying, oh, once we start the main construction, then we'll get the men here. So I told them, okay, we will start the work, and if there's any task that you cannot do, you come and tell me, I cannot do this, a man can do this and I can't, and we'll get a man on site. And they took that as a challenge.
I think the minute you start talking about issues related to gender, it automatically becomes like a you versus me kind of thing, which It really isn't. We're just saying that there are issues that we are feeling in the profession, and we need support to change that. Let's employ more women in our architecture firms. Let's have more women on construction sites. Let's look at their security aspects. Let's look at the issues that stop them from being around. I think we're clearly past that age where someone says, no to you in a certain way, but of course, there are cultural angles that come in, or social angles that come in, that there is a silent no that stops you, but the idea is to question that and to get more people to fight that with us.
My family on the outside are like very forward-thinking people, very modern Indians. I have a brother, so they believe in bringing both kids up with equal opportunities. But I wouldn't blame them. They are from a different generation, so they still have the very traditional ideas of the role of a woman. Having said that, my parents are like my biggest support. They've funded my entire education. They continue to support everything that I do, that Mason Singh does. They finally accepted that, I think, but they're still really worried that I'm a single woman at 35, unmarried and way past her expiry date. For architects, a lot is about who you're servicing and who your clients are. And we were really lucky to find someone like Thomas who was, had the same kind of frame of mind. It's always really lovely to come back here, as you can feel the vibe and the energy is very different. And it's almost as a philosophy, right? When you use materials that are kind, even the space kind of reflects that.
From a construction perspective, I would say that we have almost 100% stuck to sustainable practices. Two factors. One is lowest possible cost and lowest possible impact on our environment. If you look at the wood that we have used, all of them are recycled. I don't think a single tree was cut in the construction of this house.
We started our firm in 2013, so we were quite young into the profession, and I think it was a leap of faith from your end to go with two young girls who knew just about enough to build a house, I think.
Now we are a fully certified organic farm.
Lovely, okay.
Growing aromatic and medicinal plants.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting to know that both the global north and south have similar things that we can work on, which is not common understanding. People think that we're very different. And every year we have very clear goals on how to be more inclusive and how to bring the idea of cultural heritage and the importance of it in climate action to the forefront.
What is really exciting is that people more and more are seeing the importance of integration of culture and not just looking at culture as an aesthetic overlay, rather kind of integrating that into policy and seeing that culture can definitely be used as a tool to mitigate climate change and an effective tool to mitigate climate change.
It's tempting to say I'm going to get rid of my pain by going on a shopping spree, and I did it. It didn't help. We can shut ourselves off and harden ourselves, but there's a beauty to keeping it all open, and the earth inspires that. And I would definitely tell people to try it. It may sound challenging, try it at some small level. You will see that it's healing, and take the plunge.
As women, people are not really expecting you to move mountains. So when you do move a mountain, it does create a buzz. So the fact that there's no expectation is great, and you can do what you want.
To all the women who are watching, no matter where you are and no matter what your profession is, no matter if you're at home, I think in the whole view of climate action and being more responsible, I think the idea is to just each of us to do our own little part, to keep going. And I'd love to see more women here next time, and more women architects and more women everywhere. The future is female. He's still posing.
Yeah.
instant yooyu moom géej gi instant yi daa kaayoo quoi waaw mais bu ñu demee moom jàpp nañ tuuti rek ay walaar waaw mais bi ma ñëwee 1000 francs laa naru quoi.
far nag foofu la 14e jour bu mu kii rek gars yi commencé foofu la gars yi commencé di dee kenn kenn am nañu lu mot 30 combien 34 personnes ñi nga xam ne dee nañu ci gaal gi.
waaw xam nga bu njëkk bi dama doon liggéey fii dama doon foraatu may foraatu bu ma ñëwee fii léeg-léeg damay xool di jën mais par la suite laa dem ba ma xam Agri Jeunes foofu la ma jëlee nag mu yóbbu ma Bignona ma dem formation de 15 jours mais dañ ma formé ci agroalimentaire comme que wàllu lekk la te ñu ne biir dafa sensible léegi lekk noo ko mënee defaral noo ko mënee protéger ba nit mën kaa lekk bu njëkk bi lu ma mëntoon a def maa ngi koy def parce que fu mu nee ni sama jëkkër dama koy jàppale ci dépense dama koy jàppale ci lekk xale yi dama koy jàppale tamit ci inscription xale yi.
Le projet, je me parviens à avoir 1,8 million jusqu'à 2 millions par an. J'ai gagné pour nourrir ma famille. C'est là où j'ai inscrit mes enfants à l'école.
Grâce à Agri Jeunes, on a pu entreprendre dans notre territoire et rester ici à notre territoire en croyant au lendemain meilleur. Un jour viendra, on sera de grands entrepreneurs agricoles ici dans notre territoire.
Our world is fragmenting. The scourge of war and violence is growing. In this fragile world, this Olympic truce resolution is more relevant than ever.
It is so decided. The resolution is adopted.
Such a peaceful and better world is possible. It is possible if we are all truly living the Olympic motto, faster, higher, stronger, together.
Small island developing states are exceptional, exceptionally beautiful, exceptionally resilient, but exceptionally vulnerable.
No other island has faced what we have faced, a Category 5++ hurricane. The damage was astronomical.
Coming to Barbuda is an expression of the day after commitments are made in a conference. It should have a reality to it. Visiting what is the green transition with their power here, but also looking at the livelihoods and what is the opportunity to scale that up, to make it more resilient, to make sure that young people have jobs, that women see a future.
If we're able to build back and to build back better and strong.
It is so decided.
After Sierra Leone convened a meeting in the Security Council earlier this week to highlight the historical injustice of Africa's non-representation in the permanent category,
Very good afternoon.
the UN chief sought to affirm his position on the matter.
It was the session of the Security Council to correct the injustice, the appalling injustice of the absence of Africa in the permanent members of the Security Council and the low representation of Africa in the Security Council. Africa has been a double victim of colonialism. First, because of colonialism itself. Let's think about the transatlantic slave trade. But then a victim of colonialism because when the institutions that rule the world today were created when many African countries were under colonial domination. And for the first time here, there was a consensus in the Security Council that this needs to be corrected.
With the World Health Organization declaring the Mpox epidemic in Africa a global public health emergency, Guterres called for a huge mobilization of the international community to meet the moment.
This is a great concern. And obviously, we fully trust the World Health Organization, but we now need to make a huge effort of mobilization. Mobilization of the country itself and the region, but mobilization of the international community. Because resources will be needed, capacities will be needed, and we need to bring quickly into the area all the instruments that are necessary to contain it, first of all for the people not to suffer, and then for the disease not to spread, because that spread would be a disaster for the region that we need to avoid at all costs.
On US-facilitated Sudan ceasefire talks in Geneva, Switzerland that got underway Wednesday without the main two warring parties, the Sudan Armed Forces and the Rapid Support Forces present, after 16 months of fighting that has created the largest displacement crisis in the world.
We are witnessing in Sudan the combination of two factors. First, a struggle for power between two generals that completely neglect the interests of their own people. Second, a clear interference of a number of countries that consider that Sudan is very important and that wants to have a role, which of course complicates inevitably the situation.
Which countries are those? United Arab Emirates, perhaps?
Some countries support one side, some countries support another. The problem is now not to make a list, because the list probably would be incomplete. The problem is that we need to end external interference. And we need to put everybody together, putting pressure on these two generals to make an agreement, to make a ceasefire, and then to make an agreement that allow, with the support and the involvement of the civil society, to go back to the process of democratic transition.
We asked about the catastrophe in Gaza and international efforts, including at the International Court of Justice, that have failed to secure a reprieve for Palestinians trapped in the enclave.
Rulings of the International Court of Justice must be obeyed. Institutions must be taken seriously. The rule of law must prevail. The Charter must prevail. International law, international humanitarian law must prevail, which means that it's absolutely essential to make sure that the international community mobilizes itself to guarantee that what we are witnessing today in Gaza, with the massive destruction of Gaza and with the largest number of civilian casualties of any crisis that I've witnessed, that ends, that a ceasefire takes place, and that is the beginning of a two-state solution that is the only possible way to allow for Israelis and Palestinians to live together in peace. This is an objective that must be in the center of the action of the United Nations. And by the way, it's an objective that fully corresponds to the advice that was given by the International Court of Justice, considering that the occupation was not lawful.
With the US election less than 3 months away, this exchange.
Are you watching the US election closely? You've had some experience with one of the candidates as president. Do you have a preference?
The UN does not interfere in the elections of any country. But the one thing that needs to be recognized, probably this election will be the most important political question that will happen until the end of the year.
And on the shifting political sands in South Africa and the Government of National Unity as the country marks 30 years post-apartheid.
My observation is an observation of trust in the South African people. South Africa came out of the apartheid, one of the most horrible violations of human rights in the world, and was able to do it in unity. Now we have a government that, to a certain extent, translates that unity in a political formula. I think that we need to trust that whatever the choice made by the South African people, South Africa will be on the right track, and South Africa will play a leading role in the modern world.
A modern world fraying at the seams, hoping for a reset this September when he hosts the Summit of the Future that seeks to engender greater cooperation among the 193 member states of the UN. Sherwin Bryce-Pease, SABC News, New York.
Very much for coming. It's a great pleasure to introduce people that you know very well already. I'm sorry? The three James, exactly. That's not bad. It's a good lead-in. And Mr. Grant, Executive Head of UNICEF.
New Agenda for Peace is a visionary document. It's forward-looking, and it's a report for our times because it outlines what the current threats are in a very sober and realistic way. We face the climate emergency. We face a breakdown in commitments to international law. We face a growing number of conflicts. The statistics are really quite alarming. What a New Agenda for Peace tries to do is to boldly outline a vision for moving forward and to try and respond to some of these many threats. The world is more complicated. We have many more new technologies, for instance, that are being weaponized. So we need new solutions. We live in a village. The impact in one place will go and impact another place. You cannot treat the climate emergency, for instance, as something that can only be treated between a few countries' borders. It is a global problem. The weaponization of new technologies is a global problem. Misinformation and disinformation, the use of hate speech, these are issues that are impacting across the border. One is an increased re-emphasis on diplomacy for peace, on how do you use the United Nations as the ultimate global arena for resolving some of these issues. A second area is how to do conflict prevention better. So not just when the conflict has started, but to anticipate where there may be conflicts and try and prevent those. You need to make sure that your process is quite inclusive, that it has a whole range of different actors, because when you clinch the deal, when you have the agreement, if you have the widest set of actors who agreed to it, chances are that your deal is going to be sustainable, that you will have a long-term peace. When you have peaceful societies, it usually means that everyone in that society is in some ways trying to do their bit, whether they are activists, whether they are working in a civil society organization, or whether they are going to work and acting as responsible citizens and having a voice. I think we're all required to do our bit.
We know what to do. We know what is right. What's holding us back?
The particular depths that we'll explore today, commitment, compassion, understanding, and collaboration, are meant to open minds, ignite senses, and to inspire possibilities.
The ocean is by far the dominating biological, physical, and chemical system on planet Earth.
At the same time, oceans suffer due to the climate crisis and myriad types of pollution generated by socially irresponsible human activity.
Our incentives are entirely misaligned. We spend 40 times more finance in destroying nature than we do in protecting it.
We are totally at an all-hands-on-deck moment right now.
I am a descendant of the ocean, and all of us in this room are as well. And when you are a descendant of something, you have a responsibility to it.
To understand this interconnection, this profound and fundamental interconnection, we can turn not just to our community above land, but also below it.
There is hope. There is a chance. We can make a difference, and all we have to do is stick together.
The ocean is our future, our responsibility. Let us come together to live up to that responsibility and reawaken our commitment to the ocean.
We cause the problems. We are the solution.
We live on a blue planet. It's time we act like it.
I am optimistic, and that is why I want to call on Africa to fully support this and the rest of the world too, because we are talking about democracy, fairness, representation, and the fact that we are not there in the Security Council, in the permanent category, and even in the non-permanent category, we are underrepresented. It means that this is not a legitimate organ of the UN security of the UN. Its mandate cannot be easily executed in Africa because it is not fair. It doesn't represent our views. So that is why I strongly believe that with the necessary push and with the commitments made by all the P5 representatives there yesterday, there is light at the end of the tunnel. We have to bring it to the consciousness of the world that we have also come of age. Africa represents 54 of the 193 states that make up the United Nations. We are 1.3 billion people. We cannot just be a territory for proxy wars and be used by others. We have a voice. We know what our problems are, and we should have a say. Besides, more than 60% of the issues that are discussed in the Security Council and most of the activities are in Africa. How would you want them to be owned if we are not part of it? So the African leadership needs to wake up again and realize that we cannot be a member of a world organization and not be part of its prime organ, the Security Council. We are talking about enhanced representation. At the moment, we are only present in the non-permanent category. In the permanent category, there is no African representation. What we are saying is that we want to increase our number in the non-permanent category by 2, and also we are asking for 2 members in the permanent category with a veto power if it is retained. We need to make our voices louder and be a voice, let them be voices of reasoning. We want to contribute to what is happening around the world. We think we have perspectives that are pertinent. We think we have what it takes to be part of the world today and not just be a recipient of the largesse of others. In all of these, we have learned quite a lot. Partnership, multilateralism, dialogue, and the need to build consensus. So what we are bringing to the table within the UN Security Council is how we can be a bridge, how we can support multilateralism as a way for peace and security around the world. Women should be empowered through education. Everything that we do as men, they should be empowered to do it. And we have started with the law, which we have passed, to make sure that at least, to start with, nothing less than 30% of our cabinet, of our parliament, and all institutions in the country should be women. In corporate governance, in the public sector, That is, we have started that, and as I speak to you, more than 30% of people, of those serving as cabinet members, are women. More than 30% of those in parliament are women. Every individual should be involved in this. We should be educated about the fact that the impact of climate change is here. And the little actions we take, making sure that there's forest cover, making sure that we clean our drainages so that the water can flow easily, making sure that we don't just fell the trees. These are the things that we are doing. And it is high time we started bringing them in to see what is happening, to be part of the governance system. And for those that are responsible, those that have are educated, I think it is but fair that we bring them in. So I have brought them in, and I must say the reviews are quite beautiful. The reviews are good. Thank you.
Mpox has been reported in the Democratic Republic of the Congo for more than a decade, and the number of cases reported each year has increased steadily over that period. Last year, reported cases increased significantly, and already the number of cases reported so far this year has exceeded last year's total, with more than 14,000 cases and 524 deaths. Last week, I announced that I was convening an emergency committee under the international health regulations to evaluate the upsurge of Mpox in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and other countries in Africa. Today, the emergency committee met and advised me that, in its view, the situation constitutes a public health emergency of international concern. I have accepted that advice. The detection and rapid spread of a new clade of Mpox in eastern DRC, its detection in neighboring countries that had not previously reported Mpox, and the potential for further spread within Africa and beyond is very worrying. In addition to other outbreaks of other clades of Mpox in other parts of Africa, it's clear that a coordinated international response is essential to stop these outbreaks and save lives. A public health emergency of international concern is the highest level of alarm under international health law. The emergency committee's advice to me and that of the African CDC Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which yesterday declared a public health emergency of regional security, are aligned. WHO is on the ground, working with the affected countries and others at risk through our country and regional offices, as well as with partners including the Africa CDC, NGOs, civil society, and more. We are on the ground supporting case investigation and contact tracing, risk communication, and community engagement. We're training health workers and supporting clinicians to provide appropriate care. We're supporting countries to access vaccines and develop the strategies to roll them out, and much more. To fund this work, WHO has developed a regional response plan requiring an initial $15 million. We have released about $1.5 million from the WHO Contingency Fund for emergencies and we plan to release more in the coming days. We're also appealing to donors to fund the rest of the response plan. WHO is committed in the days and weeks ahead to coordinate the global response, working closely with each of the affected countries and leveraging our on-the-ground presence to prevent transmission, treat those infected, and save lives.
Emergency Committee is working on drafting some temporary recommendations for the consideration of the Director General to issue. So that is something we expect to be able to release in the next day or two. The teams are working on it very hard, even as we speak, as we are sitting here. And so with those targeted temporary recommendations, there would be some advice for member states, affected member states, at-risk member states. With regards to transmission, there's multiple modes of transmission that we really need to better understand. Primarily what we are seeing is the contact type transmission. We have seen sexual transmission, which is really what is concerning us. And now we have seen this virus, the different clades, and in particular clade 1B in sexual networks. And this is where we need to have targeted interventions, stronger surveillance, stronger contact tracing, stronger risk communication, community engagement with affected communities, with CSOs, with people on the ground so that we could limit that onward spread.
Today marks a grim milestone for the world. The people of Gaza are now grieving 40,000 Palestinian lives lost, according to Gaza's health ministry. Most of the dead are women and children. This unimaginable situation is overwhelmingly due to recurring failures by the Israeli Defense Forces to comply with the rules of war. On average, about 130 people have been killed every day in Gaza over the past 10 months. The scale of the Israeli military's destruction of homes, hospitals, schools, and places of worship is deeply shocking. International humanitarian law is very clear on the paramount importance on the protection of civilians and civilian property and infrastructure. Our office has documented serious violations of international humanitarian law by both the Israeli military and Palestinian armed groups, including the armed wing of Hamas. As the world reflects on and considers its inability to prevent this carnage, I urge all parties to agree to an immediate ceasefire, to lay down their arms and stop the killing once and for all. The hostages must be released. Palestinians arbitrarily detained must be freed, Israel's illegal occupation must end, and the internationally agreed two-state solution must become a reality.
A New Agenda for Peace is a visionary document. It's forward-looking, and it's a report for our times because it outlines what the current threats are in a very sober and realistic way. We face the climate emergency. We face a breakdown in commitments to international law. We face a growing number of conflicts. The statistics are really quite alarming. What A New Agenda for Peace tries to do is to boldly outline a vision for moving forward and to try and respond to some of these many threats. The world is more complicated. We have many more new technologies, for instance, that are being weaponized. So we need new solutions. We live in a village. The impact in one place will go and impact another place. You cannot treat the climate emergency, for instance, as something that can only be treated between a few countries' borders. It is a global problem. The weaponization of new technologies is a global problem. Misinformation and disinformation, the use of hate speech, these are issues that are impacting across the border. One is an increased re-emphasis on diplomacy for peace, on how do you use the United Nations as the ultimate global arena for resolving some of these issues. A second area is how to do conflict prevention better. So not just when the conflict has started, but to anticipate where there may be conflicts and try and prevent those. You need to make sure that your process is quite inclusive, that it has a whole range of different actors, because when you clinch the deal, when you have the agreement, if you have the widest set of actors who agreed to it, chances are that your deal is going to be sustainable, that you will have a long-term peace. When you have peaceful societies, it usually means that everyone in that society is in some ways trying to do their bit, whether they are activists, whether they are working in a civil society organization, or whether they are going to work and acting as responsible citizens and having a voice. I think we're all required to do our bit.
Today, digital technologies play a critical role in our daily lives. But massive gaps in access, innovation, equality and wealth, along with rampant hate speech and disinformation, divide and degrade our digital world. 2.6 billion people are still offline, and in the poorest countries, the cost of data is unaffordable, critical services are inaccessible, and women and girls are left behind. And what about AI? It holds massive potential, but without effective guardrails, it could disrupt more than it transforms. Current and future generations are counting on us to take action together. This September, world leaders will gather for the Summit of the Future to shape a more inclusive, open, free, safe, and human-centered digital future, paving the way for a common future.
Can new technologies help shrink the mountains of textile waste around the world? Sounding the alarm, wildfires on the rise in the world's largest tropical wetland. And brightening up Baghdad, artists use their skills to shift mindsets. Violence, war, death. Over the past 20-odd years since the US invaded Iraq, there's been almost continual armed conflict among different political and religious groups in the country. Poverty and unemployment are widespread, morale is low. Artists are determined to change that.
Big buckets of paint are the only indication that there's change underway here in Baghdad's Al-Fadl quarter. These drab walls are to become history thanks to Ali Khalifa and his artists collective with the mysterious name Butterfly Effect. They're on a mission to bring life to Baghdad's neglected districts with colourful murals.
What motivates me is getting praise for our work. And thank God so far, we've barely had a negative reaction. It's clearly something new for both older and younger people here, but they all seem to like what we're doing.
So, can a bit of colour really make the world a better place? Art has an impact on people, Ali says. He and his colleagues are certain that when people ask them to paint their facades, it's always about more than just what's on the surface.
Every hole, every crack in these walls stands for a tragic memory. But turning the bullet holes into flowers sends out a message that you can move forward and leave the bad days behind.
And this city has seen too many bad days. 5 years ago, in 2019, Ali was at a demonstration and created this mural, one of his first. The motif was an appeal to the rest of the world.
I created the mural in order to ask the United Nations to do something for us. At that time, there were UN observers in the city. But at first, they didn't really do much. My painting criticized that, and it got a lot of attention. Then something changed, so the artwork was effective.
In the meantime, many more murals like this one have sprung up all over Baghdad. Ali's colourful worlds. No question about it, the drab city has become more vibrant. Art can change people's lives, not only for those who create it, art can also inspire the people who live around it. The collective has become popular. Especially women, who are often invisible in Iraq's conservative society, have an opportunity to put their ideas out there. Anyone and everyone can join in.
I'm a housewife. I don't have a degree, but I love to paint. I got in touch with the group and Ali said, just come along. I want to beautify my home and bring more color into our streets. That's what will encourage us to keep going. It will help us feel alive.
Al-Mutanabi Street in the city centre, the boulevard of artists and creatives. It was shut down for years when terrorist attacks kept Baghdad in turmoil. Now the street is thriving again, even if daily life in Iraq remains difficult. Inflation and the economic crisis have also affected Ali. But the artist who finances his collective through commissions and small donations refuses to be discouraged. Here he gives drawing lessons in a nearby park. He wants to inspire people. He believes a pencil or brushstroke can help change the world, just like the flutter of a butterfly's wings.
The butterfly effect is a scientific term, a theory. Every word, every deed, no matter how small and simple, has an effect until the end of time. If it's a good deed, something can grow. The effect lasts. That's why we chose this name.
Back in the Al-Fadl district, Ali and his team finished their mural within a few hours. The residents are impressed. Baghdad is now one painting richer. But the mission to make the city more colourful will continue. There's still a lot to do.
Soaring temperatures, droughts, water scarcity. Brazil has been hard hit by climate change. Water shortages are an issue even in the Amazon, and that's having knock-on effects elsewhere.
It may not look like it, but this is the world's largest tropical wetland. Usually green and lush at this time of year, large parts of the Pantanal in Brazil have been reduced to ashes. After months of drought, this dried vegetation has turned into the perfect fuel for wildfires. It's normal for the Pantanal to have rainy periods where the wetland floods and dry periods where blazes spread. But this year, the wildfires started earlier and with much more fury. Firefighter José Francisco Morel says it's one of the worst dry periods in his career.
The Pantanal urgently needs rain. Otherwise, we're going to see one of the worst droughts ever, and we'll have to fight a lot more wildfires.
Hundreds of firefighters are working hard to contain the situation. Some even came from other parts of Brazil and neighboring Bolivia. They don't want a repeat of 2020. Back then, about a third of the Pantanal's vegetation burned down. 17 million vertebrate animals were killed, and many more injured. But the first half of 2024 is off to a bad start. There were many more blazes than in the same period last year. To prevent the flames from spreading, the firefighters cut a swath through the undergrowth. But much of the ground is peat, meaning fires can continue for days under their feet unnoticed. And at the same time, they have to fight strong winds.
Today the wind already turned around 180 degrees, so we're fighting hard. Soon the wind will change again, and every time it changes, we need a different strategy.
These fires are largely started by people, burning trash, clearing undergrowth, and even smoking cigarettes. Usually they would be naturally contained by the flooded areas this time of year. But there are several factors that have been making the wetland flammable unseasonably early. One is a natural phenomenon, El Niño. The water in the Pacific is unusually warm as a result, with dramatic consequences in many regions. In the Pantanal, it made conditions hotter and drier. Then there are the effects of human-made climate change, which are also making the Pantanal more vulnerable to drought. And increasing rampant deforestation in Brazil is having an even more dramatic effect.
The Pantanal is suffering from a lack of water because there is less rain coming from the Amazon due to deforestation there. And there is less water in the rivers because of deforestation in the Cerrado region.
The water for the Pantanal actually comes from the Amazon rainforest. Some of the water that evaporates there normally drifts south in cloud form over the Cerrado bush savanna to the Pantanal, where it then rains. But as large areas of the Amazon get deforested, there are fewer trees to recycle water into the air. The landscape is drying out.
The winds continue blowing, but they take a smaller quantity of humidity with them, and that reduces the volume of rain generated in other regions. That puts the Pantanal at a disadvantage.
In addition to the Amazon rainforest, the trees of the Cerrado are also vital for the survival of the Pantanal. Their roots store the rain and slowly release it into the rivers that flow into the Pantanal. If the trees disappear there too, it'll have an impact on rivers such as the Rio Paraguay, an important tributary. At the moment, it's about 2 meters too low, but just high enough to protect Zilda dos Santos' land from the fire. Look how it burned on the other side. The fire reached the shore of the river. I didn't come close because it made me nervous, but I heard the crackling. Even though she is safe now, she's having a hard time staying optimistic because over the years, she's had to watch her land become drier and drier as ever bigger fires consume this unique landscape. A long time ago, my grandfather told me, "I won't live to see it, but you will. The world will end in fire." And that's what I'm seeing now. I'm 54 years old, and now everything is burning.
Roughly 10% of all global carbon emissions stem from the textile industry. It's also incredibly resource intensive, guzzling up some 90 billion cubic meters of water annually. That's 4% of global freshwater usage, and more than water goes into producing our clothes.
Almost always, these materials go through heavy chemical processes to make them the way they are today, whether it's finishing, whether it's dyeing.
Priyanka Khanna collaborates with brands and producers to foster sustainable innovation in fashion.
Which is why it is mostly, even the natural materials aren't really biodegradable. And it takes sometimes over 200 years for these materials to biodegrade in the industry.
And that's a big problem because we produce a lot of textile waste.
In the US, textile waste has grown 80% since the year 2000.
Rachel Kibbe runs Circular Services Group, which supports industry and government in reaching sustainability goals.
It is our fastest growing waste stream. We send over 30 billion pounds of textiles to landfill every year in the US alone.
Most of our old clothes end up in landfill. What doesn't is frequently burned. Unsold stock and donated old clothing are frequently shipped to the global south for resale, such as here in Accra, Ghana, where 40% of what arrives is actually considered trash. The US sends over 600 million kilos of used clothing abroad every year, largely to the rest of the Americas, while Europe exports over 1.5 billion kilos, much of it to Africa. Often it is dumped, burned, or pollutes oceans and waterways. Textile waste isn't just old, well-worn clothes. It also includes excess stock and the scraps generated during production.
Less than 1% of this material is recycled today, which means all of this is going somewhere.
When we collect clothes, they're primarily going to be sorted for reuse. That's the highest value. Some of those clothes may be downcycled into insulation. Some may be sold as wiper rags. And then a small portion can be mechanically recycled, but mechanical recycling has its limitations.
In 2024, mechanical recycling is the best option we have. Clothes are chopped up and spun into new fibres. It's way better than landfills, but often involves a drop in quality, and it's rare that such materials can be recycled again. But that could soon change. There are a bunch of exciting new recycling companies boasting new technology and hoping to tailor a new future for textile waste. Firstly, there's chemical recycling, where textiles are broken down to the molecular level and then rebuilt into various materials. While some companies only recycle cotton, Australia's Blocktex can recycle blended material, chemically separating synthetic polyester from natural cotton fibres. Polyester is converted into pellets, which can be used for textiles or as materials in construction, while cotton cellulose is turned into clay that has uses in textiles, agriculture and even packaging. The flexibility is intentional.
I would never want to be beholden for my outtakes just to one brand, because I know how badly those brands can behave.
Adrian Jones co-founded Blocktex in 2018.
We prefer Blocktex to have outtakes that can be useful to many rather than just be useful to one. And I think that's been a real difference for us. In the industry, everybody is preoccupied with making more textiles.
Blocktex recently announced it will expand capacity to 10,000 tonnes a year. Refresh Global in Berlin also emphasises flexibility. Here, bacteria break down and sanitize textile waste, creating 3 raw materials: nanocellulose, ethanol and sanitized textile pulp. Through Refresh Global's partners, these materials are used to make anything ranging from furniture to bike frames to ethanol-based cosmetics. Refresh Global is a relatively new company and plans to develop a network of smaller facilities that can be developed quickly and flexibly with partners. That's quite different to Sweden's Renewcell. One of the world's biggest chemical textile recyclers, it was among the first to build an industrial-scale textile recycling facility. Here, cotton textiles are shredded into a slurry, separated from contaminants, and dried into sheets of what they call circulose, circular cellulose, which can replace virgin materials like cotton, oil or wood in the production of new high-quality textiles. Going down to the molecular level helps maintain quality, and Renewcell says its cellulose can be recycled 7 times. There are limits though. Renewcell can only recycle waste that's 95% cotton or purer, meaning a lot of what goes to landfill isn't eligible. Renewcell's recycling plant opened in 2022, with capacity to recycle 60,000 tonnes annually and room to expand to 120,000. But in February 2024 came the shock. The company filed for bankruptcy. Just days beforehand, Renewcell told DW they were recycling far below capacity, and fashion brands were hesitant to commit to recycled materials.
We could be producing a lot more.
Tricia Carey is the Chief Commercial Officer at Renewcell.
Many of the brands have goals set for circularity, carbon reduction, traceability, water goals, a variety. So we are a solution to their goals. It's how quickly do they want to be able to achieve those.
Renewcell partnered with Levi's to recycle production waste and include circulose in their products. H&M became a shareholder in 2017, but still the plant didn't make a profit in its first year.
It has been something that has shocked most of us working on sustainability of textiles.
Teresa Dominic researches sustainability management at London's UCL University.
The existing business models in which most fashion brands are nested, they don't really help for initiatives like Renewcell to really be able to make it.
While recycling cuts reliance on water-hungry cotton and oil-based synthetics, it's more expensive. It would take some €7 billion to scale up recycling to hit 20% of textile waste in Europe by 2030.
There isn't enough push from the legislation side to force the industry to actually adopt these materials. So not that the industry should require forcing, but if it's going to be more expensive material, if it's a transition with the thousands of suppliers sitting in Asia, with all the brands sitting this side and across the world, it really is a function of information, so them having access to everything, which is not easily done until legislation usually takes a role.
The EU has mandated that by 2025, member countries begin collecting textile waste separately, just like they do with paper, plastic and glass, which should improve on the 22% of waste that's currently separated. Mirroring proposed legislation in the US, the EU is also mulling a law requiring producers to pay for the processing of their textile waste.
We have to ensure that these laws don't just charge the producers for one portion of that puzzle, like just collection. It has to also facilitate the infrastructure for both reuse and recycling and the innovation around that.
Right now, recycling isn't profitable. State actors could also set the tone by adopting targets themselves.
For us to be successful as a recycler, we have to have committed outtakes. And that's where government and private enterprise has a role to play in saying, government particularly is very large procurers of products.
Meanwhile, Swedish recycler Renewcell has found a buyer. The private equity investor Altor has bought up the company's remaining assets. Altor invests in industries that help to reduce carbon emissions. Textile recycling is one of them. The company is now to be renamed Circulose, like its fibre. But despite the progress in textile recycling, there's still more to be done.
Recycling is still only one part of the problem. Our current consumption patterns cannot continue if we want to move towards a more sustainable industry. There is a huge amount of overproduction in the industry, and whoever's responsible for it, there's a lot of debate around that. Bottom line is that overproduction needs to reduce.
The 100 billion garments we produce each year means 14 for every person in the world. If we can't convince fashion victims to stop buying their body weight in clothing, at least we can ensure that as much as possible of what they purchase is recycled.
Change is underway in Côte d'Ivoire, and previously unimagined opportunities are turning the labor market upside down. Linda Motohon, for example, never thought she'd be working on a fly farm. Stefan Kobena set up his own business 4 years ago in urban agriculture. And Eva Lafont is learning to set up carbon projects in the forests of the interior of the country as part of a pioneering project in Côte d'Ivoire. What do these three young people have in common? They're all working in the green economy as part of the country's ecological transition. When Linda first started at the fly farm, her days were difficult. She hated being around the maggots and flies that are bred for animal feed. I was so afraid. I didn't want the flies to touch me. I said I was going to wear long sleeves. But the hardest part for Linda was dealing with her family's prejudice about the unusual profession she had chosen. They said it was bound to affect my health, that maggots are a dirty thing, that everything we do here is practically nothing but dirt, since we use waste and all. It was a bit difficult at first. They didn't really accept it. I said that instead of staying at home and being a burden, it's better for me to learn and discover something new. Today, the young woman is proud to call herself an entomologist and has even convinced her mother to join the company. Stefan Kobena also dared to make a new green start. After studying geography, he couldn't find a job. So he began offering horticulture courses to individuals and schools. He set up his own business.
For me personally, it was a way of not depending on the traditional employment system in Côte d'Ivoire, which is you leave school and you look for a job in the public sector. It was a way of showing that you can create your own job and be financially independent.
Stefan and Linda are on a green career path, but they are still in the minority. With many green job opportunities going unclaimed, the Ivorian government is keen to entice more school leavers.
Green jobs are not what you might call sub-jobs. Maybe it's this aspect that we don't manage to make clear enough to those looking for work. So that when we direct them towards green jobs, many refuse because they think they're mini jobs, but they're actually normal jobs.
In 2022, the ministry launched its integrated strategy for the promotion of green jobs in Côte d'Ivoire in an attempt to promote these sectors. Eva Lafont has come all the way from Europe for this. The 26-year-old wants to learn how to carry out a forest inventory in Côte d'Ivoire. She's currently being assisted by an experienced agricultural scientist. The aim is to calculate the forest's CO2 uptake. I've never done a forest inventory before. It's all new to me. I've never done this kind of study. So we need to work together. I know all about carbon and the carbon market, but not at all about the field work. So we really need to work hand in hand to achieve our goal. Stefan also wants to raise awareness of the green economy, but in Agbovi, 80 kilometers from Abidjan. He wants his expertise to benefit people in smaller towns as well.
The people who live in the interior of the country do not have the same opportunities as the people in Abidjan. That's why I think it's important to create a new ecosystem in my area that gives them access to employment that's beneficial to their environment.
The green economy in Côte d'Ivoire is giving young people the chance to work towards a better future.
Our choices can make or break the future for generations to come. In just 100 years, humanity has made extraordinary progress. But we've also gone from this to this. This generation has a duty to consider how our choices will impact the 10 billion people who will be born before the end of this century. Using data and foresight tools, we can understand our world more clearly, envision a brighter future, and together make better choices. We can build a thriving, sustainable planet for future generations where everyone has equal rights, poverty and hunger are no more, quality healthcare is accessible, peace prevails, and technology offers opportunities for all. This September, world leaders will gather at the Summit of the Future to decide on a declaration on future generations, recognizing the exponential impact of our actions today for tomorrow, paving the way for our common future.
چې دا خو به خنوس قرار د ژمي غنم چې د ژمي فصل چې وکړو هغه نیمایي رسوي سي نیمایي نسو د منظور کړه دیواله راتوالی هم ځوانان په کار رااله ډېر موږ جنازي ډېر خوشاله چې هم ځوانان په کار اختصوله او هم ځکه هم د سیلاب د ولس محفوظ شوی هم کانال د سیلاب د ولس محفوظ
jaya koro ndo mana kamu na da muru bare muju o ni kidinga a guda da mun bare ko dum nono may koro da mun nya ale mana bo ya dem aga na bo kare kana di woni olo mana dio kicaka-cakati ya wana be na bala.
El impacto de la deforestación ha sido negativo, definitivamente. Es por eso que las comunidades indígenas han tenido un grito de alerta.
La importancia es para proteger el bosque, nos ayuda y nos beneficia no solo a mí como persona o como aguajún, sino nos beneficia en general, ¿no? A todos.
To mark in
The 9,710th meeting of the Security Council is resumed. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 3 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry its work expeditiously. The flashing light on the microphone will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 3 minutes. I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Madam President. Today, as we deliberate on peace building and sustaining peace, we draw upon the Secretary General's report, The New Agenda for Peace, which stresses that terrorism remains a global threat and calls for a comprehensive approach to counter terrorism. For Israel, a nation that has faced persistent threats and challenges, the principles of peace and security are crucial. Terrorism remains one of the most significant obstacles to peace. It undermines the very fabric of society, spreads fear, and perpetuates violence. Yesterday marked the 7th commemoration of the International Day of Remembrance of and Tribute to the Victims of Terrorism. The United Nations held a commemoration ceremony in honor of the memories of victims of terrorism. However, unfortunately, Israeli victims were not included in the remembrance, and the terror organizations responsible for their murder, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, were not condemned. The October 7th massacre, the largest mass murder of Jews in a day since the Holocaust, has seemingly been erased from the pages of history in the UN. Its memory has been wiped out, along with the memory of 1,200 Israelis and other nationals who were slaughtered by Hamas terrorists on that day. These exclusions are not mere oversights. They reflect a broader, deeply entrenched trend of imbalance in the UN's approach against Israel. This systematic bias clarifies several troubling patterns. It is why Hamas, despite its most brutal atrocities, including the holding of 109 women, children, and men for more than 320 days, is not designated as a terrorist organization by the UN, and why Israel's counterterrorism actions are often falsely criticized in these halls. For the past 10 months, Israel has faced daily attacks from Hezbollah in the north, Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad in Gaza and Judea and Samaria, the Houthis in Yemen, and the militias in Iraq and Syria, all directed, funded, trained, and backed by the Iranian regime in clear violation of numerous Security Council resolutions. Colleagues, Israel advocates for a multifaceted approach to counterterrorism. Other than security measures, efforts to disrupt the financial networks that fund terrorist organizations and their activities are vital. It is also important to curb any financial inducements given to affiliates or individuals that circumvent Security Council's arms embargoes or sanction regimes. To achieve this, we must enhance international cooperation, information sharing, and collaborate in building states' capacities to prevent and adequately respond to terrorist threats. The international community should work together to dismantle the infrastructure of terror, whether it operates out in the open or is hiding in the shadows. Conflict prevention is the cornerstone of any sustainable peace effort. In Israel, we recognize that inclusive dialogue is central to conflict prevention. This requires engaging all stakeholders, including women and youth. We support and advocate for the full, meaningful, and equal participation of women at all levels of decision-making on peace and security. Madam President, to conclude, the pursuit of peace and international stability is a fundamental necessity for our collective future. Israel remains resolute in its commitment to counterterrorism and conflict prevention, recognizing that these efforts are integral to any comprehensive peace-building strategy. It is time for the Security Council to act in accordance with its obligations and promote decisive actions against terrorism and its perpetrators. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Israel for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Thank you, Madam President. Ukraine highly appreciates the initiative of the Presidency of Sierra Leone to hold this important debate and express its gratitude to briefers for their presentations. The new agenda for peace has emerged in times of the most serious threats to the global security architecture. In our region, these threats have reached a level comparable to that of the Second World War, thus calling into question the reliability of prevention instruments we have relied on for decades. We fully agree with the position of the Secretary General mentioned in the concept note that countries must move beyond words and invest in prevention. We also believe that nationally led prevention strategies would benefit if they are complemented by viable instruments at the multilateral level, first and foremost those at the disposal of the UN Security Council. Unfortunately, the latter is not yet the case, and insufficient preventive measures in the early stages may only encourage aggressors to expand violence in terms of both intensity and geographical scope. The full-scale invasion of Ukraine serves as a powerful example. The Security Council has been immobilized primarily because the aggressor occupies a permanent seat here. We remain convinced that a country in the permanent seat should not exercise a veto right during consideration of situations in which that country is directly involved as a party to conflict and, moreover, as an instigator of conflict. At the prevention stage, this does not even require amendments to the UN Charter. What is needed is a return to the implementation of the Article 27.3 of the Charter. As demonstrated by this year's IGN, this issue is important to the majority of UN member states. Madam President, the case of Russia proves quite clear that a lack of democracy, accountability, and rule of law makes a regime prone to aggression. Therefore, restoring respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms is a crucial element of our efforts to prevent conflicts and sustain peace. It's equally important to explore the prevention toolbox to discourage an instigator from new flare-ups of violence. Imposing sanctions against an aggressor at the international level has been a legitimate and adequate response aimed at restoring respect to the norms and principles of international law. This is especially relevant when an aggressor could block from its permanent seat any preventive actions by the Security Council. Prevention should also include ensuring accountability as an important part of peace building and sustaining peace. All the above are among the elements of the Ukrainian peace formula, which serves as a roadmap not only for ending the war of aggression against my country, but also as a role model applicable to other conflict situations, as it is based on the UN Charter and international law. Strong preventive diplomacy is not merely an option, it's essential for achieving practical results. Our discussions must be followed by concrete actions to break the vicious cycle of conflicts and hold their instigators accountable. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ukraine for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Nigeria.
Thank you, Madam President. And at the outset, let me also add our voice of appreciation to Sierra Leone for convening this very important meeting on peace building and sustaining peace, and further commend